Are those their negative emotions? Oh, so scary! Huh? Oh, let me chase away the unhappiness! Sprite laying strike! Ha! Hey! I'm a spriteling. With me around, you'll never be unhappy. Ow! That hurts.
Thank you. Let's be friends.
Get him! Get him! Pitch blind, let's play another match. Charge! Welcome to the world of spritelings. I'll take you to our annual Spriteling Festival.
Enjoy HOK and release your unhappiness.
The world can't be without spritelings.
Slain an enemy. Don't Mom. Won't you come out to greet an old friend? All this noise. How unruly. My oh my. Such a grand ceremony, and yet it's become such a mess.
Let me help you tidy things up.
It's almost time.
Hang in there. We'll protect everyone. Someone will come to help us.
Who will come to help us? No.
How interesting.
Very interesting. You. Why do you always cling on to him? Hmm?
Austrin. It's been a long time.
Please.
Cheers! The cursed name, Kaiser.
Hello. I'm a spriteling. This world is so strange. Happy people are colorful. So beautiful. Are those their negative emotions? Oh, so scary! Huh? Oh, let me chase away the unhappiness! Spriteling strike! Ha! I'm a spriteling. With me around, you'll never be unhappy. Ow! That hurts.
Thank you. Let's be friends.
Get him! Get him! Pitch blind, let's play another match. Charge! Welcome to the world of spritelings. I'll take you to our annual Spriteling Festival. Enjoy HOK and release your unhappiness. The world can't be without spritelings.
Wong, won't you come out to greet an old friend? All this noise, how unruly. My, oh my, such a grand ceremony, and yet it's become such a mess.
Let me help you tidy things up.
almost time.
Hang in there! We'll protect everyone! Someone will come to help us!
Who will come to help us? No.
How interesting!
Very interesting. You. Why do you always cling on to him? Hmm?
Austrian. It's been a long time.
Caillou! Do not run! I like that.
Hey! You!
Hey!
Stop!
You!
Wow! Point!
Cheers! The cursed name, Kaiser.
Hello. I'm a spriteling. This world is so strange. Happy people are colorful. So beautiful. Are those their negative emotions? Ah, so scary! Huh? Oh, let me chase away the unhappiness! Sprite laying strike! Ha! Hey!
you. Let's be friends.
Get him! Get him! Pitch blind, let's play another match! Charge! Welcome to the world of Spritelings! I'll take you to our annual Spriteling Festival! Enjoy HOK and release your unhappiness! The world can't be without Spritelings!
Daewon, won't you come out to greet an old friend? All this noise, how unruly. My oh my, such a grand ceremony, and yet it's become such a mess.
Let me help you tidy things up!
It's almost time.
Hang in there! We'll protect everyone! Someone will come to help us!
Who will come to help us? No.
How interesting!
Very interesting. You. Why do you always cling on to him? Hmm?
Austrian. It's been a long time.
Caillou! Do not I like that. Hey!
Hey!
Stop!
You!
Cheers!
The cursed name, Kaiser.
This world is so strange. Happy people are colorful. So beautiful. Are those their negative emotions? Oh, so scary! Huh? Oh, let me chase away the unhappiness! Sprite laying strike! Ha! I'm a spriteling. With me around, you'll never be unhappy. Ow! That hurts.
Thank you. Let's be friends.
Get him! Get him! It's fine. Let's play another match. Charge! Welcome to the world of spritelings. I'll take you to our annual Spriteling Festival. Enjoy HOK and release your unhappiness. The world can't be without spritelings.
Wong, won't you come out to greet an old friend? All this noise, how unruly. My, such a grand ceremony, and yet it's become such a mess.
Let me help you tidy things up.
It's almost time.
Hang in there. We'll protect everyone. Someone will come to help us.
Who will come to help us? No.
How interesting.
Very interesting.
You. Why do you always cling on to him?
Austrin. It's been a long time.
Caught you. Do not run.
Hey!
Stop!
You!
Point!
Cheers!
The cursed name, Kaiser.
A very welcome into 2025 KPL Grand Finals. This is going to be our second day of the English rebroadcast. It is your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu, and with me today, once again, it is Sagi.
Well, Ken, yesterday we had a full-on blown-out 7 games for the side of LGD, NBW Gaming, and also Weibo Gaming, where the series, man, it went from a roller coaster leading by LGD into a 2 games comeback in the end from Weibo Gaming itself, pulling it to an ultimate battle, which was heck of a banger.
Well, today we have another legendary battle for you. This is going to be between Dragon Ranger Gaming as well as Wolves Esports, 2 of the other premier teams in KPL today. Once again, it's a best of 7. Will we get to see the ultimate battle again?
I'm also very curious, right? Like you mentioned, right? DRG versus Wolves. This is the today's best of 7 match that we're going to have. And then DRG, they had a phenomenal spring season in the KPL, but after the spring season, there was just some magic that really just faltered them apart. They failed ACL, they went through the summer, didn't really got too far, and then right now coming into today's first series, it's something for them to prove themselves, right? Because in Masters Group, they went last and they almost lost to EDGM. But okay, you're now in the knockout stage, you get 2 chances, and these 2 chances, they come up clutch in the grandest events in KPL.
Yes, and it is going to be a mountainous task because you're going up against one of the strongest teams in KPL, and we're talking about Wolves Esports. Now, there are going to be some changes in their roster, I believe, because certain players are not feeling so well. We'll take a look at that later on. But your thoughts on today's series? How is it going to be like today? Is it going to be tight? Is it going to be, I don't know, an absolute smash?
Well, let's take Weibo Gaming's Lin Heng's comment for example, right? The stronger one comes out, and who's the stronger one? The stronger one comes out, the one who wins, right?
True. I mean, that's the most safe answer we have because we are really excited by both teams, right? We have seen the performances of both teams, all the different players, but with certain roster changes, with certain strategy changes, is it going to impact the strength of the overall performance?
Well, for me, there is a specific exact matchup that we all want to see, right? I mean, for me personally, it gotta be DRG's Wanwan, their jungler, and also Wolves Pang. These 2 players, they have very similar playstyles where both teams revolve around their tempo and gameplay. So I think whoever one-ups each other in that jungle, in that resource department, will lead the charge in this best of 7.
Oh, definitely. And of course, on the side of Wolves Esports, we have a lot of players that have a vast amount of experience. Now, this is also equaled by some of the players on the side of DRG, but whether they can work together as a team, that's the most important question, right? We have seen performances, individual performances by players yesterday, in between LGD and BW Gaming, as well as Weibo Gaming, but it really comes down to the team play here.
Exactly. Team play is the name of the game. This is the grand finals of KPL 2025, the second day of the knockout stage. So for these teams, every step matters, right? Because the winner, you will go into that semifinals. The loser, you're going to have a heck of a long lower bracket run here. So for them, securing that BO7 win is what they're aiming for today between DRG and also Wolves.
And you can see certain patterns that come out of this, right? So we've seen yesterday where, let's take for example, Weibo Gaming. They had a decent game 1, and then they went in game 2 with a super greedy draft. Game 4, an extra super greedy late game draft as well. Didn't make it through those games. Is it going to be the same kind of performance today, or will it be a more steady, composed, stable performance from both these teams?
And now that you talk about it, right, one thing that really stood out to me yesterday was Weibo Gaming in that game 5. They just replaced Tingyue and also the Roamer, and then they put in like W Star and also X-Main towards the substitution, right? So people were thinking like, hey, this is not massive rotation anymore. You don't have that in the knockout stage. But the coach is like, yeah, we're testing things. We're just seeing whether we can actually utilize the team compositions, the player compositions in these important matches here. Unfortunately, it didn't really work out, but maybe they're saving it for the later stages of this knockout.
Yeah, there's no better practice than an actual battlefield.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not saying, hey, you should go to the battlefield and try it out, like a rank or a peak. Probably don't do that, right? But of course, in professional tournaments, the closest thing you can get to is one game in a series, especially in the best of 7. It's a long run. It's a marathon, right? Very rare do we see a clean 4-0 where it's considered a sprint.
Just like you mentioned, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. It is all these games stacking onto your shoulder, all these different levels. It doesn't matter to optimize. They have to adjust the draft based on their players' well-being. Are they playing high-frame heroes? Are they comfortable? Did they win game 6? Did they lose game 6? All these matters when you build for that ultimate battle, classic, normal match draft.
Yes, and I want to take a look at some of the stats, right, that we have. So, I mean, we take a look at the captains of both sides. Captain for the side of DRG is definitely Moonlan. He has had 11 seasons in KPL.
Oh, yeah.
The other person that matches this number is Pang from the side of Wolves Esports. Now, the both of them share this number 11 together. Let's see whether they will bring their teams to the version of success, which is the next step of this knockout stage.
They have definitely been in the KPL season for a long time now. 11 seasons is about like what, almost 5 to 6 years already. So coming into the final event of 2025, coming in for the KPL season, this is definitely something, a place where they are looking to actually challenge, right? Because 9.7 million in that prize pool, man, that's a heck of a lot of money.
Yes, and this is where being a seasoned veteran comes into a very good advantage, right? Because you have experienced many different styles of game, many different compositions, many different pressure points throughout the, I don't know, maybe 20 minutes if it is a Tempest game, right? So I think this might be valuable experience that will help bring each team to the next level in each game in this best of 7.
And talking about all these things, right, like the pressure on their shoulders, for me, I think Wolves Esports has a lot to prove, right? They were always crowned as the AG competitor, the AG rivals, right? But coming into the season, it doesn't seem to be the case here. But let's check out a little bit of video that we have prepared for you guys right now.
there we have it. That's the introduction for both of these teams today. DRG, Dragon Ranger Gaming, going up against Wolves Esports. Who's going to take this series? It's going to be a very big question, right? Because it all starts with the first step, and that's game number 1.
And usually in game number 1, we see all these crazy picks like the Master Luba, like the Kong Konger, like all these like Diadeer, all the compositions. And the recent addition of the Dunshan rework into the pool, that can also be a potential pickup here on towards the blue side, right? So the value of blue side in this game number 1 will be exponentially marginalized, right? It's so important to lock in that game-winning draft for that good start in this best of 7.
I agree. I mean, we've already seen it yesterday where, example, the Chucha was just fully banned, Master Lupan fully banned for the remainder of the series of the best of 7s as well until the ultimate battle. So there's no way you want to allow that to happen, right? So take your strongest picks, bring it out onto the first stage in that first game.
All right,
All right.
so we're ready and we're heading on towards the stage. Before we jump into that actual matchup, this is the stage setup that we have. All the fans are well seated and ready.
年王者荣耀 KPL 年度总决赛淘汰赛第2日的比赛现场，大家好，我是天云，欢迎各位的到来。昨日巅峰对决的余温还未散尽，今日的对战已然打响。一边是坚韧不拔的佛山 DRG， 而另一边是整装待发的重庆狼队。究竟谁能够获得这场关键之战的胜利呢？让我们共同拭目以待。那么接下来就让我们有请今天登场的第一支战队，欢迎佛山 DRG。
And let's welcome DRG Dragon Ranger Gaming.
接下来，让我们有请今天登场的第2支战队，欢迎重庆狼队。
And on the opposing team, let's welcome Wolves Esports to the stage.
"赶逐云霄志，狭路勇者胜"是佛山
Alright,
DRG
both
以
of
锐气
these
四连
teams,
线
you have seen the
来自重庆
introductions
狼
for
队
them.
靠
They
强大
are
的
raring to
为
go,
主
and so are
我
we.
期待
Wolves
这场
versus
精彩对
DRG.
决
Sagi, who do you have?
Honestly speaking, Wolves seems to have a much better performance during the master stage, which is the knockout stage, right? Right now, we're looking at DRG. They really need to amp up their tempo here because during the breakout stage, they did not have a great time against EDGM, barely clinching that best of 7 here. But hey, we are in the knockout stage. This is where it matters the most.
Definitely. It truly matters because when you make that correct move, the next stage that you put yourself at is at the higher brackets, upper brackets. You get another shot. Now, meanwhile, this does not mean if you lose, you're gonna be out of the competition just yet. You will head on to the lower brackets. But the lower brackets are full of monsters, and I'm sure you do not want to put yourself in that position.
Just like you mentioned, right, full of monsters here, just like today's matchup here. You go anywhere is knockout stage. This is the best 8 teams that we have in the KPL, grandest of the events here. So anyone here will have a shot at that trophy here. Definitely, this event will make it big.
And like we said before, right, the captains are so important. Moonlan against Pang. Who is going to lead their team to the victory? This is only one small part, the tip of the iceberg, because we will head into game number 1 really soon.
What a nice trophy here. You can see it, but you can't touch it there. And I think there's always this curse whereby if you touch the trophy, it brings you bad luck. I think this is something that all the pro players avoids to actually do when they actually are near the trophy.
Yeah, but we'll talk about the players first. DRG, we have Hua Yan here in the Clash lane. And of course, next up, we have our jungler. This is going to be Wan. Wan here, he has done fantastically for DRG in the past few seasons. Now, this has not been his best performance coming into the stage, but we'll take a look at what's going to be the difference maker, and hopefully Dian is going to be the one. He's the one responsible for the mid lane. He has a insanely scary cat boom performance as well as a higher performance, expecting a lot from this guy today. But of course, the captain, none other than Moonlan himself. 11 seasons of experience, 11 seasons of power. Let's see if he's going to bring his team to victory. And of course, in aid of his services, we need to take a look at the roamer for the side of DRG. This is going to be Jiuku here. Jiuku has had a vast number of experience for the seasons. Can they, as a 5-man, do their best for Dragon Ranger Gaming?
They will definitely have to do it because on the opposite end, it's none other than the Wolves Esports squad hailing from Chongqing here. So we have in towards the Clash lane here. Return has returned once again to the stage to show who is the best Clash lane among the KPL players here. But of course, it's Wolves Esports, and you can't ignore the fact that they have one of the best junglers, the FMVP pay user being himself, Pang, in the stage right now as the jungle, the dominant player that he is. And moving on, in towards the mid lane, it is Zihuan. Huan, he is known for his assassin style, the Mai Shu Nui, but when you rely him on the Yu Huan to shoot as the control, the utility mage, he makes it work as well. And talking about Wolves Esports, they are such a veteran squad. Anyone in this team plays so much games, so many seasons, and last season, we did not see Track. But this season, he's back at it again, and he's taking on the main role of the farm lane for this marksman player. But finally, we talk about the last member that couldn't make it to the stage. It is actually one that is actually he's in stage right now because we thought that one had a bit of like a health issue as he announced on his Weibo, but right now he's back onto the stage. We wish him the best of luck and best of health in this best of 7.
Yeah, everyone not pulling their punches for this game number 1, right? So no substitutions. We're expecting a couple of shakeups into that roster, but no big changes just yet. I mean, Shibao did have to give his space for the veteran on the team on the side of DRG. This is why Juku is back. But Juku, he has 12 seasons of experience in KPL. So I think this was a great choice by the coaching and management team on the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming.
We'll have to see, right? Because ever since that they have experienced the Masters rotation here, who knows, we might just see something like what Weibo Gaming have pulled out of their tactics. Sub in Zhou Bao, sub in like all these like players, Sakura or like Letter into the roster when they are needed the most, right? So all these are potential tactics here coming in for both of these two teams in this best of 7.
Yes. Now, the question is, I mean, for Wolves, it's very clear. We know that we have Pang, right? We are talking about his FMVP pay. Will this pay make it to the first game of this Best of 7 series? Because I think both teams really need to start strong. And if we're talking about strong, I feel like pay is that priority pick for the side of Wolves.
Ooh, priority pay in the game 1 of this series. Maybe that's too quick of a deal, right? Because there's so much counters that's up and available in towards this meta here. Potentially, we might just see these Jing picks that are so popular yesterday on towards the side of Ling Heng's hand, maybe in towards the later stages of the game with just lesser counters like the Flowball and Tank, for example.
That's true. I mean, that's one of the answers against a Pei, right? So either you match damage for damage, which is things you can see like the Ukyo being picked up, or you can also take a look at the mega tanks. Teams like to play the Organ against it, even the Mankey against the Pei, because if you can outlast that burst potential, you get that turnaround chance as well.
The turnaround chance will be very interesting here, especially when we talk about the Pei that is such a strong pick under the hands of Pang. This kind of hero, it is always like a high risk, high reward. You play around his tempo here. Once he falters, the whole team falters because Pei, as we mentioned, tempo is the name of the game.
Yes, we've seen teams try that early game strategy, even yesterday, right, for the best of 7. Sometimes it did not really work out, but when it does, it is a thing of beauty because it's really hard to fight against like having, let's say, a 4,000 gold deficit just across the board. That's a huge gap to kind of fill, especially when your opponent team is rushing you for fights, pressing you against the corner, and inviting you to brawl.
And what better way of actually seeing this is between DRG's 1-1 and also Wolves Pang here. Two of the insane junglers that we have in the KPL region. They are often coined as the team's engine, right? Every play revolves around them. Every play, every moment revolves around their tempo, their decision making here. So jungle is an essence of a team, especially if you're playing at the peak of the league known as KPL.
For sure, and I think the next other position that will matter between this particular matchup has to be the farm lane, right? Because we take a look at the captain. Yes, Pang, known for his jungling skills, but then on the other side, DRG, you have Mulan, who's playing in the farm lane. And, you know, with the new Chicha coming in, I think that is a very scary potential for the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming.
And when you talk about Chicha, right, you know who played it the first time in towards the farm lane is none other than Track. He brought it against that channel match and he won that game here. So Chicha, Pei, all these jungle assassins and carry picks here will be traded heavily between these two teams here. But judging from the playstyle from both sides, we will have to imagine, right, I think the priority on the Master Luban will be such at a higher level compared to what we've seen before.
I agree. I think it's a good composition to kind of start a series with, right? Because if you don't get it at the start, you probably wouldn't get it at the mid or even the end stages because, you know, your options are getting more and more limited as the series goes on. We practice something called the global ban pick over here in HOK, which means you only get to pick that hero once in the first 6 games in the best of 7. Unless we reach that ultimate battle, you will not be able to use that hero again.
And this is just the quarterfinals, right? And if you just saw yesterday's game, you'll be thinking like, man, are we getting every day a full-on best of 7 until the ultimate battle? Because so far, it's so hard to actually predict who makes it out in these best of 7s.
That's true. I mean, but we did mention at the start of today, right, that, you know, Dragon Ranger Gaming, this hasn't been their best performance coming into the knockout stages of the 2025 KPL Grand Finals. Now, is this going to be something that's going to affect the performance later on? Because this is no easy feat. You're playing against Wolves Esports, one of the premier teams in KPL.
Premier teams in KPL, they come and go, but Wolves Esports has stayed in their tracks for so long here. For Dragon Ranger, it is for them to prove themselves, bring back that spring season form that they pushed themselves into that grand final spots here. So both of these two teams, they have a lot to prove. For Wolves Esports, they want to make it out of this quarterfinals to go face Weibo Gaming. They're long rivals that they always get beaten by. So that's definitely something that both of these two teams are looking to prove today.
Exactly. Wolves, I mean, I think they are a very strong team, but the performances so far, even the spring, summer, and at this point, grand final season, not what their fans have expected out of them, right? They definitely wanted more. Let's see if Wolves Esports are able to hit those new heights once again, because Wolves have been champion before. They've tasted the feeling of being champions, lifting that trophy, and I'm very sure they want to do it again.
And you talk about like Wolves Esports like recent achievements, right? Like in spring, they were 5th place, and in summer, they fell short and they were 4th place as well. So people expect Wolves Esports to always go towards the finals, to face AG in all these exchanges, right? So definitely in this biggest event, the KPL Grand Finals 2025, they need to bring in that level of gameplay in this game number 1, because this game number 1 sets the tempo going into the later stages of this best of 7.
It also gives us an inkling of what the coaches will be thinking of. But we'll take a look at the win rates here. So Wolves Esports, they're going to start on the blue side. 46% win rate. Didn't manage to catch the DRG one, but it was definitely higher on the red side. So let's see. They're going to start off with the major tank bans here. Flowborn tank taken away by Wolves Esports, as well as the Master Lupan. DRG goes for the Yangjin instead. So are we looking at a pay being open straight for Wolves?
Maybe Pei, maybe Kong Konger, or they're still... Oh, Dunshan is banned away as well in these exchanges. So lots of these utilities, lots of these like priorities has been banned away here. So that gives the question here. There's still Kaboom, there's still Kong Konger, there's still all these like interesting picks that we always see in the first pick here. So what is the decision coming in from Wolves Esports?
I mean, there's a couple of things that will be open up for consideration, right? So obviously, Kong Konger is going to be placed in the hands of Wolves Esports. Now, there's healing compositions, there's long-range poke compositions available on the side of DRG. I think that's one of the answers you can have against a Kong Konger because he's able to tank and soak up so much damage for the team.
We'll have to see what DRG has in store for this game number one here. What is the priority here? Is it to give over the Diadeer early composition over to DRG's farm lane known as Mulan? Or what are we planning here? What are we cooking coming in from the squad? In the end, they do pick up the early and also a strong early game jungler in the case of an Ogren.
Okay, so do you match tank for tank? Or do you go for the assassin, try to dive on the early kind of, you know, structure on the side of Wolves Esports? That's one of the considerations they can make as well.
Well, judging from the bans here, they are looking for a early counter here. So we know for the early counters, right? In the KPL region, in the KPL server, early's base stats is not as high compared to the global server, right? And with the addition of the Geya, one of the main heroes here coming in for the Chongqing Wolves farm lane player will be a decent counter going into the laning phase against DRG's Mulan.
Now, this is one of Trek's strongest heroes here. 6 games, 100% win rate on this Geya, a main hero pickup for the side of Wolves Esports.
Indeed, and that is the case here. And with the Haya as well, we saw amazing performance coming in from the Haya yesterday. You are so strong with the Moonscape Mirage. You can play defensively in towards the bushes, form that zoning line, force the enemy from face checking you, or go in for the flash ultimate and take away some of the key members here. Maybe the smite member here on the jungle, or maybe remove the carry for their 1v1 potential.
Yep, just the pick on Haya itself is so dangerous because it opens up so many doors for the clash laners, right? But straight away, DRG recognized this. They ban away, wow, they ban away the Lupu, they ban away the Guan Yu as well. These are big picks that could have made the game a lot easier for the side of Wolves Esports. Now, Wolves Esports, they're going to respond with the Haino, Byron, as well as the Cat Boom ban.
Smart ban coming in from the Byron, right? You ban away the Lubu here, so you don't really get risk of being torn over with the overmount shield. So we know for a fact that, okay, true damage in HOK goes over shields here. No matter how much shield you have, once that true damage kicks in, it will damage your health bar directly.
Exactly, and it's a very painful thing to deal with, especially as a tank, right? You want to be able to, make use of the shields. This is also one of the strengths on the side of the Zhang Fei. But with the Lupu removed, I think that's a great answer. Now, in terms of the mid lane matchup, that's the most interesting. DRG goes to take a look at the number 1 fast rotation, but big burst damage in the form of the Nua.
And coming from Wolves Esports, right, you have 2 directions right now. Do you play a tank clash lane and allow Pang to play his signature jungle assassins, or you go towards the neutral style? You play a jungle tank centric and then allow the likes of Return to play a late mid game scaling tank clash lane sort of fighter that can really dive the backline and catch YN, right? And we know one more thing. What counters early? Of course, it's a Fatih here. Fatih lock in for the Sarah Return, and then you get a tank frontline beefy combo with 1 and also Pang in the front line.
I like it. I'm actually in preference on the side of Wolves Esports lineup. Now, once again, this Dune is a big pick for the side of Wolves Esports. Pang, 5 games already, all wins, 100% win rate on this Dune. Let's see, maybe some records will be shattered today, but it is going to be up to them.
First appearance of the Sikong from this knockout stage has been unleashed by Huayan in towards that clash lane here. So this will be the first game draft coming in from Wolves Esports and Dragon Ranger Gaming in this best of 7 in the quarterfinals of this knockout stage.
Okay, I'm gonna have to revert my previous statement there. This is a 50-50 for me right now. DRG with the double attacking prowess, one from the Shikong, the other from the RD. This is a very dangerous situation here. DRG, it also has the cover of the Zhang Fei coming up from Juku. So let's see how this is going to be played out, because for Juan, in that higher pick in the mid, he needs to be very careful who he's actually catching off with the Moonscape Mirage here.
For me, all eyes will be on Track and Moonlan, right? This farm lane matchup will be exceptionally important here. The Gelia versus Arlie is a very early to mid game centric here. If the early and mid game goes in the favor of Gelia, Arlie will be in a super tough position here. But if Gelia scales off, if Gelia doesn't find that lead, this Arlie on Moonlan's hand will go out of control.
Oh, for sure. And I think one of the things that will really set the stage has to be that 4-minute mark, right? We have seen it yesterday between the games of LGD as well as Weibo Gaming. The higher pick, taking away the jungler in the most critical moment where there is a smite battle, will change it in your favor. So Wolves Esports, they actually have an advantage at the 4-minute mark if Juan catches his hands onto 1-1 here.
It will be very difficult to face check here coming in from DRG, right? Because you have to face check into a higher ultimate here. That Moonscape Mirage, like you mentioned here, once you get zoned out, you might be removing some of these key members here. So that is definitely not what you want to be seeing in these exchanges here, as the coaches shake hand before we go into the game 1 of the series.
Right, game number 1 in this best of 7. Once again, welcome into the 2025 KPL Grand Finals. We are in the knockout stages. If you're new here, Wolves Esports, one of the premier teams, followed along with Dragon Ranger Gaming as well. Game number 1. Whoever wins gets to stay atop in the upper bracket, and whoever loses today drops down to the lower bracket, where even more monsters await.
Even more monsters await in the form of JDG, KSG, LGD, MBW, or even AG or TTG. These are the members, these are the teams that you potentially might meet in that lower bracket run here. So of course, for both of these two teams, this is game number 1 between Wolves and DRG. As we get into the game, we will be listening to a bit of the crowd chant on what they have prepared for their team.
Alright, very strong start from the fans as well. Now both teams already matching move for move here, with the block off on 1-1's engage on towards the touch balls by the side of 1.
And you can start to see, right, usually when you play the early setup, you will always rotate the early towards the mid lane for that ease of mid clear in towards all these side lane controls, right? Hence, a fight already breaking out for the control of this River Sprite.
Yep, it's a very important resource, and straight away, the wrestle results in DRG having a positional advantage. They just have to get it, and it does go into the hands of Moonlan. Maybe they get the first blood off of this if they can really just find an opening. Unable to find one at this point.
But still, that is Flash committed coming in from return on that Fatih here. So that is a 2-minute spell being expended just straight into this laning phase here. So the next time you find him in towards that River Sprite, he might be in danger.
Yeah, he needs to be really careful. And we take a look at his stats here. Once again, we remind you of Track. He has a KDA of 51. 6 games used, 6 games won. He is having the number 1 position on this Gelia pick.
51 means one thing. He didn't die a single time, or he only died 1 time in all these games here. That is actually crazy statistics here coming in from Track on that Gelia.
Yes, and I think that's a good stat to have, because for now, Track is leading that gold advantage against Mulan in that 1v1 for the farm lane itself.
Indeed it is. With all these rotations here coming in from the side of DRG, Mulan seems to be having a bit of a trouble here to harness that resource here. He needs to amp up the tempo here, go for more of these resource sharing, take more of these minion waves, and push this early.
he's gonna try it, right? And I think DRG, the game plan here is they're gonna start rotating much more as a group, because you can take a look at the difference in itemization. Dian actually going for more defensive structures first. In comparison, Juan actually wants to go for a faster wave clear. Gets the Stone of Sorcery first to make sure that he can clear the waves faster, they can make earlier rotations.
It makes sense, right? Because Dian replaced Mulan in that 1v1 scenario against Track, so building that boost of fortitude for the extra armor is what this new one needs to survive in this laning phase. Imagine if you get assassinated by the Raging Sandstorm, that could be a huge disadvantage coming in for that mid game.
It is, and the slow is something that you can't deal with as a Nua in the early parts of the game, right? You will have to commit your flash, and we talked about it. This first 4-minute fight is so important for both teams. It really comes down to how much more resources can you wrestle away from your opponents, and straight away you get the lock in. Moonscape Mirage committed by Juan, they take 1-1 to the sides, but it's not going to be too big of a deficit because the backup has come from both sides with the Matrix set in as well. Ultimate drop down by 1-1. Can they get the first blood on their side? Damage looking a little bit more healthy for the side of DRG, and they get the first blood. Moonlan responsible, he gets the gold growth as well as the EXP growth. DRG win big with this one.
They come out huge, and the cavalry arrive for that Moonscape Mirage end of the ultimate here. Everybody, 10 members coming in strong to fight that 5v5, but in the end, it fell in favor of DRG because they claim a clear on towards return here, and they are not over it because they are looking for control over this river.
They just new drag on the side of DRG. The smite is online, and he does get it just in time. Oh, a little bit unfortunate for the side of Wolves Esports, and they lose even more as well. Second space sprite goes in the hands of YN.
More of these resources are being funneled over to DRG here. It goes back to the same thing that we discussed about just now. Can the Guerrilla limit and have the resources enough to lock down this early here? So far, Mulan has been uncontrolled and uncontested, but let's check back the replay of what exactly happened in this team fight. Moonscape Mirage, both these two players escape it, and the initial engage was a 5v4 coming in for the side of Wolves Esports here, but too much damage going in towards Returns Fatih, and he was the one to fall in that team fight.
They couldn't even touch 1-1, right? And this was all benefit to Dian. Dian's matrixes were on point. That huge matrix that actually blocked off the movements on the players on the left side of the map for the side of Wolves, meaning there was not enough burst potential to get 1-1 down. And once you overcommit onto the lineup of DRG, they're gonna dive on your backlines.
And exactly, right? And the fight was very scattered coming in from Wolves Esports, right? Everyone was having their own targets, but compared to DRG, they were all focusing onto one target, and that was Returns Fatih, right? But right now, look at the positioning here. Dragon Ranger zoning Wolves Esports from their own jungle.
Yeah, very beautiful, and they start the fight as well. Right now, Pang is caught in the middle of them all, and with the ultimate coming in from 1-1 as well, all the damage coming through, but the nice comeback return comes back from the back, gets a lot of knockups and setups onto the side of DRG. YN the first to fall, 1-1 will follow suit as a second death, as Wolves Esports look to claim for more.
That was Pang, ladies and gentlemen. He found that two-man knockup and immediately sealed the deal for Wolves Esports, making a good comeback in that teamfight exchange. Although they do not get the buff, but still, they got back the lead that they are looking to harness. This mid-game is exceptionally important for Wolves Esports. They need this tempo.
Yeah, they need to get this Crimson buff as well. It does go into the hands of Juan, I believe. And with that, take a look at the goal lead. Yes, it is still Mulan coming up on top of the entire 10-man roster here from both teams, but Wolves have recovered quite a bit of farm as well, and now they have a very, very slight lead.
Both of these two teams, they are coming in clutch with these early game team fights. Yesterday, it was more on these objective fights, but these two teams, they are just fighting for control. And let's talk about it, another Moonscape Mirage.
Yep, nice catch there. Now this is where the setup comes in. 1-1, 1v1. He can't really last against this, but the backup once again comes. The Matrix says it's not going to be enough this time. Dragon Ranger Gaming, they do get the trade in form of Juan, but they lose their jungler. And right now, it's a 3-on-2, 4-on-2. There is nowhere to run except back to your base here. The T1 tower is going to be the deterrent for the side of Wolves Esports, but a beautiful setup from the side of Wolves.
Wolves did get the setup though, but still they trade 1-for-1. DM with those creation blocks block Juan's escape path, allowing more resources to be funneled into Dian, into Mulan here. So more of these fights, as long as it doesn't fall largely in favor of Wolves Esports, DRG is more than happy to take it.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, because there's no big trades across the map, right? Like, the turrets are not going in favor of Wolves Esports just yet, but they're able to wrestle a couple of these buffs here. If they get this Azure Golem, that'd be great. I don't think they will be able to. Oh, they actually stole it! Pang! He's gonna make it work for his team, and with the result of that, they take a T1 at the bottom as well.
Yeah, so many tactical wins here coming in for the side of Wolves Esports in that 1 minute exchange here. As we see, they put pressure on towards this Crimson Golem here, gaining vision for their team, allowing Track to head over to his own Crimson, pick it up, and then you will see them attack even more fiercely in these next exchanges.
They have to, right? I mean, we were talking about this. You need the map control. You need to play with the Fog of War. And Fog of War is given when you take that T1 across the map. And once again, they get another setup on the side of Wolves Esports. But a lot of damage coming from DRG.
Yeah, lots of damage coming in from DRG. They do not want to give away this river control as the second Tyrant of Game Number 1 has spawned over to the bottom river here. But both teams, they are wrestling for this vision.
Yeah, they have to. But the one thing they don't know is that Mulan is actually skirting all the way to the top of the map. And it feels like DRG, they want to take a gamble with this, right? Is it going to pay off? Because no, it's not going to. They won't even contest. And this one goes straight into the hands of Wolves.
But it is a good rotation, right? As we keep mentioning about, okay, DRG, you need Mulan this early to find those item spikes. If he is able to match the tempo of the Track on the Goya, you best believe this early is gonna be a mid-late game monster in these exchanges here. So far, in the gold chart, it is looking Mulan favorite just by about 400 over his main opponent, which is Track on that Goya.
I mean, it's looking okay, but the thing is, Track is actually keeping pace, right? And that is a cause of concern for the RG fans here, because you need to keep Track at bay. At the same time, look at the split push coming in. Oh, it's a 2-on-1. Can he survive here? This Shikong is trying his best. YN, 2-on-1, the save attempted by the side of DN. 3 members now have come over from the side of Wolves Esports. It's a 4-on-4, 4-on-5 with the commitment on Juan as well. Ultimate use. Can they get more damage in? They need to protect the backlines though. Track has to deal the damage. Even the ultimate is not enough from 1-1. And straight away, they have the numbers advantage. Wolves Esports dominate in this exchange.
What a beautiful team fight coming in from Wolves Esports, right? In the front end, it was Track, it was Pang and Hua Wan, finding the key engages here on towards Hua Wan and Hua Yan, but returned single-handedly zoning out Mulan and Yan away from that team fight. Hence, there was no one to save or back up the Clash and Jungle coming in from Dragon Ranger Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, the rewards are plenty for the side of Wolves Esports. They get a T2 on the bottom, as well as the 10-minute Shadow variant of the Tyrant. That was a little bit close, though. Scary for a bit, because the Annihilation did come true from the end.
It was very close here, but Pang, you know, his smite is plenty good. He secures it, and right now, it is Wolves Esports in that driver's seat with the Shadow Tyrant. They have a lot of combat power here. DRG, they are not able to take these fights.
I mean, okay, they're saving Grace right now. They still have the T1 in the mid, right? So this is going to help them with a little bit of rotations. Now, the map isn't as easy to maneuver for the side of Wolves Esports, but they have taken a T2 at the bot. If they can take it at the top as well, I think this is going to be a difficult situation for them.
Wolves Esports, they know for a fact that DRG is unable to fight them right now. It is Wolves Esports in their power spike here. They are looking to start off these 2 objectives here, but hang on, DRG, they know what's going on.
I mean, Juan just gave them all the vision in the world and information as well. DRG, they know what's happening, but do they want to make a trade? Because the T1 in the mid is open for the taking. They take the better option here, which is to take the T1 in the mid and maybe come in for a fight here. Now, oh, they stole it! DRG, they let you do the work, but they claim the rewards down here. And DRG, they have provided themselves with a very slight lifeline.
But the engage does come true.
Yep, it's looking for more action with the Maple Dance, looking to block off more projectiles from the side of Mulan here. Gets a couple of nice free hits onto the side of Juan, hopefully looking for an opening angle on the side of Wolves Esports, but that's not going to be available at this point.
This is such a painful macro mistake here coming in from Wolves Esports. They were losing waves in the mid lane and in the bot lane. Look at the tier 3 high ground for Wolves Esports in that bottom lane. It is half health because they were banking the fact that they could use that Shadow Vanguard active to clear up that wave. But who knows? Wan just came in with the path of passing, took it out, smite it away, and like, bye, I'm done. You lost this exchange, and we came out on top.
Yep, and this is definitely a swing in favor of the side of DRG. They're trying to work on this T2 on the top as well. Should be there because the Vanguard is still available. There is no backdoor protection. Now DRG have completely turned the Gorge around in their favor.
Gorge right now, it is in control of DRG with a 2,000 Shadow Vanguard power play right now. They are looking to recover from that Shadow Tyrant loss, and they are doing it so well.
Yep, they're dropping the Raging Sandstorm. They're trying to bait out that ultimate from Juku. The Unbridled Outburst, unfortunately, not going to be in their favor. They will be a little bit stingy with that ultimate, so Juku saves it for a more important time. And that time has arrived. The Howl is going to be used from the side of Juku. They're looking to put more pressure because they have the Shadow Overlord, but they know that the flank is coming. They are starting to back off on the side of DRG.
But look at Bond's position here. He's looking to capture someone here, but no one does face check into him, so this fight will be stalled for a later stage here. Take a look at the minimap here. 40 seconds on the clock for that Shadow Tyrant here. That will be the next combat objective for Wolves and also DRG here. That might just decide the game for this game number 1.
Also, it's like the timing of their buffs, right? Which is exactly why Wolves Esports, they know to engage at this Azure pit right now, but I don't think they're going to be able to get it because it's going to be a nice pull towards the closer end of their base. So DRG secure the Azure for themselves on the hands of 1-1. Moonlan also gets the Crimson Golem for himself.
This is looking dead even between these two teams here. The next fight will make a lot of work for both of them here. We need to see who comes out on top here. Waves are crashing in mid and bot for both Hua Yin and also Track here, as the Shadow Tyrant has been started from the side of DRG.
Okay, so both farm laners have what exactly they need, which is the Crimson buff. They can fight a little bit more, but a nice ultimate coming in from the side of Juku sets up the fight for the side of the DRG, and a lot of damage has been laid down. They do find the flank on the side of the Wolves Esports team, but it's not enough health points to capitalize, and Pong gets taken down as well, and this is a guaranteed Tyrant for the side of DRG, as well as a potential map pressure.
And this is the difference of the DPS when the Arlie scales into fruition. In this timer here, the Arlie is much more superior compared to the Gaia in terms of that DPS. And right now, we are starting to see the difference here. Tyrant being secured, a kill on towards Pang here. The entire jungle, the control has been relinquished in towards the hands of the RG.
I think the biggest difference maker here has to be the Arlie as a hero, right? And once again, because of the kit, they're gonna move for the Howl. Return caught on his own. One-man defense. One is right beside him, but there are 4 different members on the side of DRG, and they will have their prize. They will not be denied, as well as the T2 in the mid, taken down by the side of the minions for DRG.
Can Wolves Esports really rush it down though? Do they get a correct response in towards the base here? Because they are looking to have so much pressure here, because if you look at Zihuan here, he is unable to recall here. They are looking so stressful in that frontal assault.
Yep, the price is high, and right now it's 3 different members on to the members of Juan here. He is one and alone. Unfortunately, the annihilation comes through, and DRG are feeling so powerful right now.
That steal on that Shadow Vanguard during that 12-minute mark made the game so much smoother coming in from DRG here. And right now, Wolves Esports, they are in such a disadvantage in these exchanges.
Yep, simply because Juku has been getting these very nice catches, right? His Unbridled Outbursts have been unmatched, and once again, he has it off of cooldown. He's ready, so much control. He has the Frigid Charge, he has the stun as well. They see their next target. This has to be returned. Matrix does not land in the spot that they want to, but right now the T3 is the real target. They melt that down instantly.
The last remaining tower is towards that bottom lane here. And if you look towards the gold department here, one just has to realize here, when is the time here for return? Because this Fatih on the Chow Chow skin needs to find that angle on towards Moonlan in these exchanges.
It's so difficult, right? Because 1-1 is actually, he's already quite tanky, but he has the help of damage coming in from the Hua Yin as well as Moonlan. The moment you're trying to approach 1-1, you will be taken apart, and that's what I'm talking about. They chase in Juan, the knockback from the creation blocks as well, an instant execution as Juan is the first one to fall. All the damage in the world coming and offered by the side of Hua Yin as well. Wolves Esports can only retreat.
And one here is in no man's land here, getting cornered by 4-5 members coming in from DRG here. 4v5 on frontal assault here. Top mid, the Super Minions are crashing into Wolves Esports base.
Yep, they're gonna give it a try. They catch out one as well. He's gonna be taken down. The numbers are just too much on the side of DRG. Game number 1 is all but guaranteed right now if they get the next kill as well. Even with the jumps, it is not enough. Return and track. They buy a little bit of time, but that's all they can buy because Dragon Ranger Gaming are in full control.
But the bottom wave here, they did trade away one tier 3 tower here. So that is a bit of a good news here coming in from Wolves Esports here. But on the front end here, 3v5. Can Wolves Esports find the game-winning push?
Yeah, Moonlan looking for some free damage coming in, and it's not going to be enough. Right now, there's a lot of Mega Minions coming in. Maybe that's enough damage to get the first life down. As well, the Moonscape Mirage for return. He gets his first life. The Crystal does not have a second life though, so they will take game number 1 on the side of DRG.
Shaky stuff here coming in from Wolves Esports. We thought they were in the driver's seat after securing that Shadow Tyrant, but the call to do the Vanguard after being stolen by 1-1, that was just too much for the side of Wolves Esports to swallow.
Yeah, very nice play coming in from DRG, right? Dragon Ranger Gaming, this was exactly how you're supposed to play this draft. We talk about the Organ being the main tank, but we also have to consider the 2 side laners. Number 1 in the form of Hua Yan, and then secondly in Moonlan, right? The 2 angles of attack, just too much damage for the side of Wolves Esports to stomach at this point.
It is just like what we discussed during the game number 1 draft. After the draft, we were like, okay, if the early gets to have a smooth sailing game towards the mid game without any interference from the lineup of Wolves Esports, you best believe this early will come out on top in that late game scenario here. Unfortunately, the Gaia 100% win rate coming in from the side of track has been shattered by the hands of Mulan.
Completely broken, and this was a big team effort, right? If we take a look at the MVP performance, I believe it should be Mulan. I think he was really on point with the RD, but there were a couple of nice plays coming from Juku as well. His what was the Zhang Fei Unbridled Outburst, so clean, so sick in that middle part of the match, set up onto track, and that netted them quite a lot of advantages in that fight as well.
And we have to give credit as well to DRG. If 1-1 didn't steal away that Shadow Vanguard, things could have went so smooth for Wolves Esports in making those pushes, making those subsidiary plays, but due to the fact that they stole away the Shadow Vanguard, Wolves Esports were just losing ways mid and bot, and they were losing out so much structural damage here. That steal was one of the best plays that we have in that game in terms of those objective exchanges.
And that was a risk that they took, right, on the side of Wolves Esports, because they had the Primal Bond. Whenever you take one of the neutral objectives, you will find it more difficult to take the other one because you are having a damage debuff by 50%, and you also take extra damage from the corresponding neutral objective that you did not take. So it was a huge risk. It did not pay off for Wolves Esports.
Super high risk, and the reward was sold by the enemy team here. But let's check out the scoreboard coming in from both of these two teams here. Fortunately for the side of Track, his KDA is still intact here, but for the win rate, it has been shattered here. It's currently 7 wins and 7 games with 6 wins and 1 loss.
Yeah, and one of the things that was really difficult for the side of Wolves Esports to play was, I think One was doing a pretty good job, right? Throughout the game, he was giving vision, giving information for the team, but DRG recognized that One most probably was going to be on his own because they expected him to be slippery enough to get out of danger, but DRG was just chasing in hard.
DRG was really chasing hard, and especially after DRG secured the Shadow Vanguard, everything just went into the control of Dragon Ranger Gaming. Every rotation, every fight, it was DRG always coming out on top against both people.
Yeah, and you know, the Moonscape Mirage by Juan, the mid laner on the side of Wolves Esports, I think they definitely wanted more value out of that. You might not get kills all the time by locking them in the Moonscape Mirage, but the backup was not ideal for the side of Wolves Esports. This Noir pick really made life so difficult. The creation blocks leading to the Matrix blocks being created blocked so many different members on the side of Wolves from actually reaching their full potential in team fights.
It was really DN doing a lot of work coming in for the side of DRG, but take a look at Wolves. Track with a 46% damage conversion here on that Gaia, that is also pretty nuts.
It was, but it once again shows you that you can have a lot of damage, but you need to take the knockdowns. You need to get them out of the game, right? Because if you don't get the kills, it does not matter because you need that numbers advantage to be able to push and win, take the turrets, get the neutral objectives, really just force your way into the heart, which is the crystal of your opponent base.
I totally agree with you, and we just now saw the stats difference here coming in from Hua Yin and also Return. Gotta say, Hua Yin on that Sikong, he had a phenomenal game here, even though he was getting cornered and also targeted down. He was doing so much damage and soaking so much DPS from the enemy backline.
Yeah, and this one, I think, once again, helps us to reiterate the point. 2-0 and 5, not the biggest in terms of KDA, but the way that he was maneuvering around the map. Moonlan on this RD was able to get those very nice angles of entry, get free damage, get out. And the save by Juku was just phenomenal this game.
He's 007 cosplaying that James Bond cosplay, but of course, we only can give the MVP title to one man, and it was the man that stole the Shadow Vanguard and turned the game into DRG's favor. It's none other than Wanwan on that Ogren.
Yes, Wanwan did a very fantastic job. He was the bait for the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming because continually on the side of Wolves Esports, they were looking to hunt in a pack. And as a sole member on the Ogren, he was soaking in so much damage, 25.9% in fact of the team's hero damage taken by this man alone, which opened up the doors to the backline where DRG just completely shredded the Wolves to bits.
1-1, definitely showing very consistent in that smite department here, and he really showed up when it mattered the most here. And let's check out the replay here. This was the first few fights that went really in favor of DRG. As you can see, more of these members coming in from DRG, it was always them fighting one target here, and this was that pivotal smite that really got the game back into the pockets of DRG members.
Which is really hard to swallow if you're a Wolves Esports fan because they were doing well, right? One was controlling quite a bit of the map as well. But unfortunately, they did not put members on the side of Wolves to block the entry coming in from this jungler that is Wanwan.
It is so difficult to block the entry here considering you can just use the path of passing on the Ogren, just go into the pit, smite it away and walk out safely here. But as of this point here, the game has scaled into the lineup that is suitable for Menglan and also Dian in that mid farm for DRG here. After this, it was just smooth cruise coming in from DRG towards the base of Wolves Esports.
Okay, we'll take a look if this is the continual performance, right? You can have a great game, but we need you to be consistent. And that is one of the things that really makes a champion team, especially in the leagues of KPL. So right now, game number 1, we have talked about the performance in the past few seasons. This game 1 looks promising for the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming.
But although it looks promising, it is still, like you mentioned, a best of 7 here. It is a 50-50 matchup coming in for both of these two teams. So much early fights between them. They were just fighting for control all over the map here. We saw like multiple fights being erupted towards that Tyrant, towards that mid lane 5v5. It was just good stuff coming in overall from both teams, not relinquish any form of control towards their opponents.
And it's so cool, right? Because you take a look at the way that Wolves Esports play, they have their signature. I mean, this is a very KPL habit, which is once we get the timings of your buffs, we will continually invade into that particular buff at that particular timing. But the way that DRG kind of circumvented and delayed the timing on their buffs so they can work around the timings of the invasions, actually punish the rotations on the side of Wolves Esports. Very clean. And the steal, of course, helped them a lot because it helped them to kind of pave the way to make sure that, hey, there's something else you need to take a look at on the map before you come and steal our jungle buffs.
Because before the happening of the Vanguard steal coming in from 1-1, Wolves Esports had like a 3,000 goal lead. They were working so well with the Shadow Tyrant, but due to the fact that they did not use the Shadow Tyrant to push out for these turrets, push out for these resources to expand that lead, that was a big factor coming into the Wolves Esports falter in that game. Number 1, because they essentially did not utilize any buff that they had. It was all poured down into their Shadow Vanguard, which eventually was stolen away by the MVP of game 1, none other than 1-1.
I mean, the fair way to put it is they were not allowed to, right? The fact that 1-1 was just soaking up damage, the way he entered into the fights, you take a look at the last few fights that were shown on the highlights. 1-1 was 1v4, 1v5 at certain times. He soaked up the damage, got out, and then the rest of DRG came with the backup. It's like, okay, we got your back, brother. We will finish the game for you. And they just went on for the kills. And Mulan, I think, has to be the happiest member on the side of DRG with that performance as well.
He was having a phenomenal game on towards the early here. He was barely sketched in all those team fights. Superior positioning and always being able to position away from Juan's Haya here. So definitely good stuff overall for DRG here. We were saying that, hey, DRG, you didn't really have a good breakout stage against EDGM. You went 4-3 in that best of 7 here, but coming into this game number 1, they definitely showed class in this series starting here. But as you mentioned, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon here. It's only game number 1. Wolves Esports, they definitely have a plan to bounce back.
Yeah, but let's take a look at the the little things that happened before this game number 1, right? The ban onto Lupu, the ban onto Guan Yu. If it had been a change on this Clash Leaders, I think Return would have had a fantastic game, right? Even if the higher ultimate did not work, right? The Moonscape Mirage, they were all grouped up. You know, as a Clash Laner player, if you had Lupu, you had Guan Yu, that was a dream scenario for you. Wolves would have loved that situation in game number 1.
It will be difficult, right? Because Lubu, man, this pick requires so much farming, so much tempo here. He needs so much items to make those big engages here. But that's just game number 1. We have more games coming in, game 2, game 3, as we see some of these players being geared up to really prepare for that best of 7 long run.
Yes, it is. And like we continually mention, this is a marathon, not a sprint. Now, both teams, they have fought against each other before, but you've been reading the comments. It's been over 1,000 days that, DRG has won against Wolves in a best of 7.
Man.
Right now, it looks like history is about to change.
It's just game 1. Don't get hasty here. Anything can happen in a best of 7 in the KPL Grand Finals knockout stage, day number 2 here. As we have the players hop back into stage, we welcome DRG and Wolves Esports as they prepare themselves for the pick and bans of this game number 2.
Okay, so let's run through a little bit of the stats here and what may be a potential. The fact that you took an early on the side of Dragon Ranger game and you got a win, that was absolutely necessary, right? Now, was this the biggest investment in terms of composition for the side of Wolves Esports?
Well, Wolves Esports, what did they pick this now? They committed to Haya, they committed to Toya. Some of these traditional picks into the early game here, I wouldn't say that they really committed a lot. We haven't yet seen the likes of the Luban, Capcom here. The only considerable pick that they really invested in might be but potentially the Hong Kong Earth that's so well sought for in these two side first picks.
I agree, which brings me to my point, right? I feel like Wolves Esports, yes, they lost game number 1, but it's not exactly down in the ditch right yet. For now, I think maybe it's just a shake in the mental psyche here. There is much more to play for. Wolves Esports definitely have a lot more in the tank to offer.
Wolves Esports, it all comes down to the cultivation of many seasons, right? We keep talking about these players having 11, 12 seasons in their career here. That is where they show the depths of their hero pool, the depths of their mental power here. It is all very important for these two teams here because in a best of 7 here, in the example of the LGD versus Weibo yesterday, it was 3-2 in favor of LGD, but in the end, it was Weibo Gaming handling that pressure and coming out on top in that Game 7 Ultimate Battle.
Yes, and the swings can happen even in the middle of the game itself, right? If we get another ridiculous steal like we have from 1-1's Organ in game number 1, you can be sure. I think Wolves can definitely do that as well. Pang has been on the giver's end of many situation changes where he himself has stolen very crucial objectives before. So let's go into game number 2 and take a look at what is there to be offered from both the coaches of DRG as well as Wolves Esports.
And this will be the game number 2. Like you mentioned, the draft being started off. The fresh kickoff here with DRG having 53% on towards the blue side and Wolves Esports rocking an 83% on towards the red side here.
Oh, that's a big difference, right? So hopefully this is going to be the win condition or the statistic that helps them in this second game in the series. DRG straight away, they take away the Liang and the Master Lupan. Dunshan not available as well, and the higher secondary ban. First phase of the bans are complete.
There is still the potential of picking up the Cap Boom here coming in from DRG. Dunshan, Master Luban, all these are popular picks in towards the enrollment here. If DRG wants to double down and go back towards the picks like the Goya, for example, they can still revisit it in the second or third picks here. So the Cap Boom will be the leftover priority that will be prioritized by DRG's mid lane.
Okay, so this is a very difficult mid lane to play against, right? DRG start off really strong. Now the consideration for Wolves, do you go with the Pei and Mai combination, right? I think Mai does pretty well as well, matches that early game aggression on the side of the Cap Boom.
Oh, that does make a lot of sense here, especially when you are looking for things like the early game tempo here. But hovering and locking that Dolia here, we might just see a Yangjin Dolia combination being locked in for Wolves Esports here. And this Yangjin, it's very flexible. You can go into the Tash lane, you can play in the tank as a jungle. So much flexibility for Wolves Esports in this first two picks.
They have to go with a poke composition, right? Because one of the strengths of the Cap Boom is the ability to poke. And once again, this is another strong hero pick coming out from Pang here. 4 games, 100% win rate. Will this win rate be shattered today?
We had a lot of win rates being shadowed left and right yesterday, today, and we had like all these scenarios here. But let's check out what can actually be happening in these exchanges here. For DRG, they pick up the stock standard here. It is Diadia and Kaiser here, one of the strongest single frontline hero that you can really want to be looking for DRG. And Diadia, you're just pumping out heals that can scale super well towards the late game here.
Yeah, it's essential, right? You want to make sure that it's able to last against the Yangtze because he himself has a lot of lifesteal and attacking prowess as well. And there we have it. We do have the Huan Mai, and we'll go into the second phase of bans here. No more RD as well as the Fatih available from both sides. What else would you want to take out?
Ooh, potentially all these strong laners like the Goya, like the Chano here, and put Wolves Esports on towards a carry like the Ao Yin, for example, right? All these are suitable styles of gameplay that they can really visit into, or potentially leave that last pick towards the hands of Track and see whether he goes for that Chicha flex here.
Interesting. I mean, I like the fact that you open up the potential for Chicha because look, the Lung is banned, Aoying is going to be banned, but Wolves Esports, I think they're going to deny you the dream here. Chicha is being harbored as the final ban on their side, and it will be banned here.
It will be banned indeed here, and we keep talking about Chicha, right? Why is she so good? Why is she so flexible? She gets to be played into Clash, Jungle, and also Farm Lane here, but when facing against a Kaiser, that's not what you want to be facing as a Chicha here, so Wolves Esports, they do take out the ban for themselves here, and we do see currently in the picks right now, lots of these Farm Lanes have been defaultly banned away.
So you're looking for a fast-paced hero in terms of the farm lane, right? Definitely want to do with the Doomsday. I think a great pick would be a Direnchia coming in or a Chano. It makes a lot of sense as well. So Wolves Esports, I mean, yes, they are the Wolves Esports team. So taking on the soul of the Wolves from the Chano, this is a great pick for the side of Track.
Yep, makes a lot of sense here. You have the strong early game coming from the Maestro Nui and also the Yangjin, for example, here. You have beefy frontline, solid engage here. What better way of completing a team composition than Track on a late game carry here? You saw what he did in that game number 1. 46% damage down on that Goya here. Put him on a carry here. But I think this is our first Sun Quan for the knockout stage here.
Yes, Sun Quan is also one of the new heroes that has been added lately into the KPL region. One of the very, very convincing win rates on the farm lane. Let's see how this Mulan does with this hero.
I'm loving the draft difference coming in for South DRG and Wolves Esports series compared to LGD and also Weibo Gaming. It's so different compared to what we saw yesterday.
Oh, it's completely different. But at the same time, this is what makes it super exciting, right?
Exactly right. And when we play the Sun Quan, you need to know that it is a hero similar to Marco Polo, right? You stack up your passive. Once the enemy hits 5 stacks, you go in with your ultimate to swing your sword and arrows, right? So it's not you're saying that you're invulnerable to crowd control. You still get stopped immediately if you get a tiny bit of knockback.
Okay, but there is a lot of mobility offered by the Sun Quan. I think this is a very scary lineup from the side of DRG. We're talking about the strengths of DRG first, right? Look, the Cap Boom, very, very high mobility. The Charlotte as well. The Kaiser here in KPL is super mobile as well. And this is all aided because Juku is able to latch onto the people with the Heart Link as well. Now, that's the strength for DRG. On the side of Wolves, where is the biggest strength that you see?
I think it comes in the form of superior laning phase, right? Everyone aside from Maestro Nui has the lane priority due to their strong laning prowess here. So for DRG, potentially we might see a lane swap being committed to really avoid that strong laning phase power coming in from Wolves Esports.
Definitely, we'll see. The struggle and the wrestle and the tussle for the first few objectives in the game is going to be very important. As we've seen, right, this is stock standard in HOK. You want to get those advantages in the neutral camps, the small camps, and of course, the side lanes for the Space Sprite as well as the Firehawk.
All these will be the key and essence that slowly builds your financial wealth here coming in from both DRG and Wolves Esports, right? You're talking about slow goals, stealing away from your enemies, taking away these small jungle camps. That's how you slowly but surely secure a lead without having to commit kills or objectives here. So that's definitely what DRG and Wolves Esports want to accomplish in this game number 2.
Okay, you know what? The main lane I'm looking at this point has to be the mid lane because these Cap Boom against Mai, both of them need explosive, pun intended, starts. So we'll see if that's going to be that catalyst that starts that really snowball potential on both sides.
Exactly right. And for me, Sun Quan is a very interesting pick, right? Because you're looking at things like the Hail of Arrows, you're looking at the spell 2, right? You need to hold it and you need to kite while moving, right? So all these things, he has one big issue. His laning phase is really bad. So you need to be able to survive that laning phase, especially against Achano, one of the strongest laners that we have in the marksman pool.
Yep, it's like multi-targets, right? When the Soul of the Wolves come down with the Lupine Trap as well, so hard to deal with. You definitely need to have the help. And this is where Juku comes in with the draft itself, right? Because you have the sustain coming in, the heart link coming in for the heals, but at the same time, you also get the potential setup with the lockdown for the Bitter Farewell.
Exactly here. So in these sort of attempts here, we have to see what the Cap Boom and also the Maestro Nui comes into play here. So for Cap Boom, Maestro Nui, they have one job. Facilitate your teammates, make sure they don't get harassed by the enemy mid lane.
Alright, so we head into game number 2. A lot of potential here. DRG could pull ahead in the series and lead the series 2-0. At the same time, the Wolves Esports team can come back and tie this up 1-1. But we want to hear the cheer of the fans. Let's head to them right now.
And there you have it, the immediate lane swap here coming from DRG that we talk about during the drafting phase here. You definitely need to allow this Sun Quan to really play it according to his tempo here. Make sure he has that Spark Sport, has that Doomsday. That's when he can start playing the game with no worry here. But looking at the map state here, 1-1 seems to be having a much slower jungle clear compared to Pang.
I mean, that is one of the risks of having the Kaiser, right? He's not exactly, say, the fastest jungler in the kit, and especially in comparison against the Yangchen, definitely not as fast. But the fact that he went to check which buff, I think that's going to be valuable information for the side of DRG. Let's see how they use the information here.
I'm worried for the side of 1-1 here. If Pang gets level 4 here, he could start making havoc across the map here. As you can see, 2-3 members are hovering towards the bottom side to put pressure onto Hua, Yen's Charlotte.
Oh, right away the aggression comes in. They get the knockup with the Rio engine. Not going to be able to achieve too much though. But for now, it's really just making sure they can wrestle a little bit more advantage over to the side. They use the smite onto the fire beak here and get one for their side.
That is still a decent win here coming in for the side of Wolves Esports. They do get away the flash coming in for the clash lane of the side of DRG here. But look towards the mid lane though. A bit of a tussle here for the Wild Boars here. It does get secured by 1-1 as he does protect his jungle camps from being leaked away to the side of Wolves Esports.
They're lucky because the movement speed coming in from the rotation speed coming up from DRG not going to be as fast in comparison for game number 1. You can see Wolves Esports dominating that rotation, and right off the bat we are going to have a first exchange here. Not going to result in any kills for sure, but you get to see an inkling. Hang on, maybe I was wrong. The knockup does come through. The heals will be given by the side of Juku, and this is going to set us back into stage number 1 here. No kills, just action.
It looks so grand, right? You have Pang popping the Heaven and Earth form on the Yang Jian. You have 1-1 popping the Invincible Warrior on the Kaiser here. Both of the character models coming in for the Yang Jian and also the Kaiser, they're just super beefed up chads, you know?
Yeah, very nice to watch. And here we go. They stopped that TP. Interesting that they want to take the fight. This is where Wolves feel like they're very strong, but maybe they are wrong because it is the backup coming in from the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming, and the first blood will be taken with the life of Juan. They just have to run away, but it's a big trade coming in. Wolves Esports walk away as the victor of this one.
Mulan does get the first blood on towards the side of DRG against the Maestro Nui, but the follow-up engager for Wolves Esports does secure them back-to-back kills in those exchanges here. Looking at the goalie, it's still dead even here, but kill department, Wolves Esports are currently leading with 1 extra.
Okay, but the big thing is they actually get down, I think it was Wawan, right, who had to take a fall.
Exactly the case here. So 1-1 fell, and if I'm not mistaken, Joku did as well here. So that's your jungle and roam off the map for quite a bit here. So if we were to look at this replay here, let's break it down what exactly happened here. So 1-1 here, when you teleport, you have the enemy vision here. So he gets cancelled here, and then you see Zihuan here on the Maestro Nui. He's kiting around looking for a re-engage with that flash re-engine here. Doesn't land onto anyone here, but Pang with that Hound latching on towards the enemy here, immediately diving in and doing a heck of a lot of damage.
I was kind of concerned because when Juan jumped in, I was like, was that the correct decision? But then that situation arose where, you know, Return was actually getting free hits the entire fight. Nobody was actually touching Return, and that's where the true value of the damage came true.
It will be very difficult, right? Because right now, we look at 4th minute mark, DRG and Wolves Esports, they're both trading away both these objectives here. For Wolves Esports, they're like, nah, we don't want to fight it. We just want to trade it off and put more focus onto Return in this clash lane here. Make sure he has a decent lane matchup here. But look at Mengla here.
Yep, super close. Not gonna finish the job at this point, not enough damage. But here comes the backup though. On the side of 1-1, they wanted to wrestle for the second space sprite. Now this is the final space sprite of the game. And after all of that skirmish, it still goes back into the hands of DRG. So now they're keeping pace in terms of gold and itemization.
We have to see the scaling composition here coming in from both of these two teams here. But if we were to look at consistency in damage here, Wolves Esports with Return on the Sikong and also Track on the channel, they are looking on track to be an even more solid late game team composition here. But the concern that I'm having is that Wolves Esports have no single frontline member.
Yeah, that is a cause of concern for sure because 1-1 is already a very thick and tanky boy. At the same time, they have the heals coming in from the side of Juku. And with the way that they're having the competition, there is a lot of poke potential as well. But here we go. Poke is not going to be enough at this point. They need to finish the job. Looks like Return having a little bit of trouble here. Will be able to move out. They will not be able to steal this Spiketail Beast away. But in the meantime, just a little bit more would have done it. Pang manages to push them away.
Yeah, Pang does manage to push it away though, and it does take away Mulan's flash for the next 2 minutes up until the 8th minute mark here. So that is a important cooldown for the Sun Quan because Sun Quan, if you have no flash, you have essentially 0 mobility. You have no dash aside from your ultimate that you have to go in front of the enemy.
Yeah, it's a full commit, right? But at this point, he does have like a slight goal lead. So for now, I think he should be able to deal enough damage to stay safe. And there is quite a bit of backup in terms of numbers on the side of DRG.
Yeah, DRG right now committing members aside to the top lane here to really secure that tower here. So right now in terms of towers, we have a top to bottom 1-for-1 swap between the two teams here. But more damage here landing on towards 1-1 here. Invincible Warrior does not pop though, but Pang does have to commit his Heaven Earth form here. The resistance does go away.
Okay, they really push and trying to ride a little bit of the attention on that middle side because they want to get that push on the T1. Quite a lot of members on the side of Wolves Esports have committed their bodies to this cause, but it's not going to be working out so far.
Yeah, and we just saw a bit of a pop-up here with Mulan Sun Quan. He is actually rocking the gold charts with the highest GPM thus far. And take a look at the IQ Watch GT2. That's the heart rate coming in for Return here. He's chill, he's steady with a heart rate of average 120.
I think, yeah, this is where the experience comes in, right? They have been here for multiple seasons. They're very used to the pressure that is given by the side of DRG. Right now, it's about making that crucial decision at that important mark, right? It normally comes down to what, half a second. You have to decide as a team, okay, do we want to go for this objective, or do we know what DRG is trying to do here?
And what will be pivotal, right? All these half-second decisions here and these team fights reaction speed, this comes in clutch when you have the adrenaline kicking in, especially when your heart rate is just off the roof. Take a look at Moonlan here, and Hua Yan, and also Joku. They're rocking average 150 heart rates.
Yeah, but they don't know. Now they do. The backup comes in from the side of Wolves Esports. They want to defend this T1 because it's not in a healthy state. They got the knockup with the help of Juan as well. Not going to be enough. It's just to push them away because they want to buy time. T2, the true objective on the side of Wolves Esports, has been achieved.
Compared to game number 1 was full of action, fighting with the Moonscape Mirage coming in from Haya. Game 2, it's very chill. Everyone is just farming towards their power spike here. You see on the side of Moonlan here, but hang on. Ryan might be in a bit of a trouble.
Backup comes in, they're trying to get the kill, but it's actually Return that gets the bad trade here. They do commit the leader stance, the ultimate on the side of track, but it's not going to be enough. And what a timing to achieve it, because we are at the 8.5 minute mark, which means the Tyrant is available. Not the Shadow version just yet. Pang, he wants to rush this through, but the steal does come in? No, it does not. Right now, the door is open for them to take the fight. Track giving a lot of damage, but the Invincible Warrior saves the day for the time being. Can they out-damage his health? They do. They get rid of 1-1. Track gets the kill for himself, and now there is a little bit of open space for the map in the Gorge. Wolves Esports, this is a great chance to have.
There's a buffet in the enemy jungle of DRG here, and Wolves Esports Pang, he is relentless with these exchanges here. He goes in, he picks up all the remaining camps off the side of 1-1's red side jungle.
And I just have to really commend, right? I think Track as a player, the way that he sees the game is so insane. And Pang as well. It felt a little bit risky, but Pang went in with the help of Track, and they managed to get 1-1 down to 0 health. That's a big achievement here.
And I believe that was a 4v5 as well, right? They were just taking on the fight because they know for a fact that Pang, in that jungle, he's rocking 7,000 gold against 1-1 on that Kaiser. That's a 2,000 gold difference just from the jungles.
Really unclear whether Juku actually had his bitter farewell. That's number one. The second one was whether he had his ultimate destined encounter, because I felt like that would have changed the fight massively. Did not come out at the appropriate times, I felt. But Wolves Esports, this is a nice advantage to have. Not the biggest, but we'll see where they go from here.
Heaven and Earth form here ready to be unleashed here, coming in from Pang here. 1-1 here, face checking into the Heaven and Earth form enable Pang's Yangjin.
Yep, they wanted Dien. Yeah, Dien was the actual target, right? But Dien just backed off at the right moment. Now, this is going to open the doors for the Shadow Tyrant. They might change their focus for the time being. At the same time, on the backlines, they will be able to get this Smite coming in. It is going to be secured by the side of Wolves Esports, and this is the time to go in. Can they get the knockup? Can they find the backline? Opening found by Return. Not going to be enough damage just yet. And for now, Dragon Ranger Gaming, they know the risk. They will back off.
But still, they pick up the Shadow Tyrant with no contention here. If you look at Wolves Esports, they are looking to contest DRG in this Shadow Vanguard that they lost in that game number 1 here. What's the call here, Wolves Esports? It's go time.
Yeah, they have to be careful. Juan is looking for the flank on the sidelines as well. Well, in the meantime, Overlord does fall low. They should be able to secure this with no difficulty at all from the side. DRG do get it, but can they survive the fight? It's a 1v4! 1-1 the first to fall on the side of DRG, and there's more damage to become. Coming on the side, Pang goes for the chase in as well. They need to catch this Dien. Kaboom, they do get it done as well, and now it is just damage galore. 4 members down on the side of DRG. The map completely open for Wolves Esports to take over.
This is why you don't fight the enemy when they have the Shadow Tyrant here. Clean team fight coming in from Wolves Esports, capitalizing on the members of DRG. They lost so much health, they lost so much resources just committing to that Shadow Vanguard.
Yep, 18,000 worth of damage in that fight for the side of Track here on the channel. This is a huge mark of success. At the same time, it doesn't matter if you have the Shadow Vanguards, right? They have enough damage, enough members on the side of Wolves Esports. They get the T1 in response, but let's take a look at that fight. What really went wrong for them?
Okay, 1-1 securing that Shadow Vanguard here, but he is 1v4 in towards the mid side here. And moving on to these fights here, no damage that's consistent enough that will come from DRG to really shred down Pang on that Yangjin here. This Yangjin is literally unstoppable in these team fights here. This is why Sun Quan is not the best marksman to be played as a consistent DPS.
I mean, I need to really bring up the point you were talking about, right? Moonlan did not have his flash. And when he does not have flash, it's an easy target for the side of Wolves Esports because you have that Hellhound coming in from the side of Pang. He's instantly able to catch you in your face once he lands that skill on you. At the same time, you can take a look at the Wolves Esports. Very nice control of the map, right? Synchronizing all 3 waves at the same time, making sure that there is nothing to farm on the side of DRG.
Rinse and repeat, clear out all the jungle camps here, and then you force the enemy to face check you, to fight you for the high ground control here. So we see Arrow Storm here committed towards the mid side here, forcing the wave clear from the side of DRG here. For Wolves Esports, I think this is the final stop on this push attempt here. Revisit back towards these jungle camps that are left open from DRG, and then look towards that 50 seconds timer for that Shadow Tyrant.
I mean, this actually is also an opportunity for the side of DRG, right? If they can wrestle back control of the buffs, that would be great for them. But with this gold gap at, at 5,000, I don't think this is the best idea. It's definitely a huge risk to take.
But this is the thing, right? When we have to talk about Sun Quan and also Hua Yan's Charlotte, these are miracle makers here. But the key idea is whether they can actually go past Pang here and access the backline where Track is at the safest of the positions here. That will be a critical moment if they're able to do so. And look at the rotation here from the side of DRG. They are looking to pace towards the bottom side to secure at least a bit of vision before going for the Shadow Tyrant.
Yeah, but it's so difficult. If you take a look at the stats, what was shown just now, Pang has taken 16 camps away from the side of DRG and gotten quite a bit of gold as well. And for now, I think Wolves Esports in full control of this Tyrant, they will be able to secure this with ease. Now, the big question is DRG, what is left on their side?
What is left on their side? They are just casually stalling out this Tyrant here so they can continuously take the Tyrant, rotate towards the top side for the 10-second Shadow Vanguard here. This is just strategic, disciplined gameplay coming in from Wolves Esports here. And going back to your question on DRG, what does it take for them to come back towards this game if Track makes a monstrous mistake?
Yeah, okay, monstrous mistake. Now, a lot of you might question why is this situation happening, and that's exactly why you talked about it just in that bit. They want to get both the neutral objectives at the same time, and right now they secure it, and it will be a double objective take for the side of Wolves Esports. This almost soft guarantees a T3.
I think all the tier 3s will be in danger here coming in for the side of DRG here. In game number 1, they have a superior macro game. They found the steal from the side of 1-1 here.
Oh, nice knockup, and they, Juan actually gets a knockup as well. They immediately take out 2 important members. Moonlan as well as Juku are down. No damage, no heals, and now the base is completely wide open. The T3 in the mid, the first one at fall, Wolves Esports. There is more damage to be done. The Shadow Overlord has not even reached the crystal on the side of DRG's base just yet. They're trying to melt down the players. T3 on the top is going to be the next one to fall. And now Wolves Esports, they ramp it up. They get ready for that final knockdown. Pang goes onto the backline against Hawaiian. Just wants to push him away. They need the backdoor protection. Not going to be available. And with the next member falling, the crystal falls as well. Wolves Esports tie things up.
Wolves Esports with the superior gameplay here coming in from Pang here. He found that final 3-man stun and he secured the team fight coming in for the side of Wolves here. It was just superb jungle difference in this game number 2.
Yeah, very convincing performance this time from the side of Wolves Esports, right? Which is why you can't count out any teams within the KPL region. There is always a chance.
There is always a chance and there is always a long road in a best of 7 here. What did we learn from yesterday here, kid? The series is not over until it hits a 4-point marker here. And right now, we are looking at a 1-1 for a best of 7 series. What a good start to this long series.
Yep, a very impressive showing of the Yangjin and Dole combination as well, right? It shows you the potential of the Yangjin combination, why it is so feared in professional gameplay, because not only does it offer you damage, it offers you insane lifesteal, but the most important part, which was highlighted a lot during this match, is that Hellhound. The moment you jump in, it's so scary. The reach is so far.
The reach is so far, and paired up with the Heaven and Earth form, you go in for that big AoE stun, and then you are just this monstrous frontline with so much damage here being supplemented by the Dolia refresh. And Pang, I think, out of no bias, I think he played that game super well, setting up those gameplays, shutting down Mulan on those Sun Quan approaches.
Yes, this is exactly what we wanted to see out of Wolves Esports, right? We talked about the strength and potential of the Sun Quan pick. And like you mentioned before, the Flash is such a important common spell for the side of Sun Quan that once it's gone, I don't mean it instantly means defeat, but when you're facing a Yang Jian who has almost instant access into your backlines, that's a huge risk you're taking.
Is an insane risk you're taking here, and then we saw the physical item build here coming in for the side of Pang on the Yang Jian. He went for the red jungle item, and then he went for Axe of Torment, and then these further items he just went for full tank here. And we know for a fact that the Sun Quan is not the best in really dealing the finishing blow or the high DPS against tanks here. So it was a very big struggle for Mulan to realistically look down against Yang Jian as a counterpart.
Yes, and I think we highlight the track pick as well, right? The channel, like the efficiency of the channel didn't really come just from the damage itself, but also the fact that you had to deal with multi-targets on the Soul of the Wolves, especially when you activate the leader stance. It kind of pseudo protects you from the turret damages as well, which is why you're able to force your way into T3s at the last portion. Granted, they do have the Vanguards, they have the Overlord as well, but most importantly, they have the double objective take, which means they also have the Tyrant buff.
Well, that's what they tried for in game number 1, right? They wanted to force that double objective take, but due to the Miraculous Steal coming in from 1-1, that's where the game fell into DRG's favor. But in game number 2, a much more cleaner fashion here being carried out by Pang and the side of Wolves Esports, leading the team to a clean 1-1 tie for this game number 2 here. So we have a series on our hands here, kid. Maybe we might see another 7-game epic of a series.
Right, so of course we need to deep dive into the itemization here. You're talking about the physical build, defense build for the side of the Yang Jian for Pang, right? And we talked about the Boots of Fortitude, as well as the Rapacious Bite, the aggressive jungle item coming in. But he actually, followed up with tank builds, the Axe of Torment and the Dragon's Rage as well.
Oh yeah, that is the stock standard build that we have so far, and you even have the Eye of the Phoenix and Dragon Rager, so much healing that's being supplemented by this Yang Jian in towards these team fights. He's just going in and playing to his heart's content here, but rocking 11,000 and 12,000 is the farm and jungle track, and Pang, they're just cruising this game with so much comfort here. But let's check out the damage dealt here, right? For DRG, its stock standard Cap Boom does a lot of poke damage, but look at Wolves Esports. All the damage is done by Track and also Pang.
I think Track definitely is deserving of the MVP, but I feel like Pang definitely had a little bit more impact in the game for Wolves Esports. Personally, I would put Pang as the MVP of game number 2 for me. I don't know whether you agree.
I agree.
What do you think?
I definitely agree. His presence was just felt everywhere. Every moment in that game, it was just him alone in these team fights. Check out his damage dealt against his counterpart here. Kaiser did 19,000 damage here. Pang, he rocked a 65,000 damage here in those team fights.
Yep. Another member we have to highlight has to come in the form of Juan, right? That last fight that really changed the game was the knockup real engine, as well as the ultimate coming in from this Maestro Nui for Juan. Really set up the team fight for the side of Wolves Esports. They got the instant numbers advantage straight away because he took down the 2 most important members, which is Mulan and Juku as well.
Exactly the case, right? He went in with the Hound tag and he found the key members like you mentioned, and with that stun swiping in, the rest of the members could just scatter and return back to base, and in the end, it was just a straight push coming in, led by the man, the MVP himself, Pang. The hungry Pang is your MVP for game number 2.
Yep, hungry it is, and this one, he was looking for
So
a feast,
good.
and boy did he get it. 4-0-7, didn't drop a single time. You know what? He's so greedy, he has one of the best stats for both dealing damage as well as soaking in of damage as well. 28% of damage dealt, 25.8% of damage soaked for the team.
And you know every gold that you provide to him, he makes it a valuable exchange. And you check a bit on top of the KDA, that's the trophies, the tournaments, the FMVP, KPL MVPs that he has received over the course of his career as a KPL pro player. I'm loving this MVP layout.
Exactly, and not just that, now we have one more prize to give this guy, which is he is now at 5 games, 100% win rate on the Yang Jian.
He's so darn good on this Yang Jian here. Let's check out a bit of a replay here. You can see the early exchanges here, even though Juan missed the Flash Yuan Jin. But look who's in the mid side. It was the Pang Yang Jian finding those kills.
Yeah, and with the aid of his teammates as well, Return on the Shikong was dealing a lot of healthy damage. And here's the thing, his entrance, especially for Pang coming in, look, he melted this corresponding jungler on the other side, 1-1. There was no chance.
There was no chance, and it was just clean team fights all around coming in for the side of Wolves Esports, something that they were wanting to do in that game number 1. But unfortunately, in game number 2, DRG did falter in these team fights, as we see. After that Tyrant, it was just straight up domination from the side of Wolves Esports.
Yeah, it has to be. And I like the way that they look at the game, right? Because everyone knew exactly what targets they were going for. This was the setup by the side of Juan. He actually gave quite a bit of options for the side of Wolves Esports to explore. And boy, did they take up all the boxes of the options as well.
It was a good initiation coming in from Juan, and then immediately Pang came in with the Hound and then set up a 3-man stand. The rest was just Track and Pang laying down the damage, laying down the foundation for that game number 2 win here. But with 2 games down the line here, that is 10 heroes default banned away from both of these two teams. As we practice the global ban pick here, every game that you play, every pick that you make will be banned away from the pool.
Yes. Now, Cat Boom not available for the side of DRG. This means Cat Boom is available for the side of Wolves Esports. At the same time, we need to explore, right? What are the options left? Hire was already used by the side of Wolves Esports, did not work out in their favor. Now, this is going to open up some doors for the side of the Clash laner on the side of DRG to explore. We can have the Ma Chao, we can have the Guan Yu as well. And these are big options that can really cast a wide net over the side of Wolves Esports.
And we talk about this during the pre-game show, right? Whereby these two teams is not about the other members. It is focused solely or dual on towards 2 or 4 players. It is Pang versus 1-1 and also the farm laners here. You have Mulan against Track. These 4 players are the start of the show coming in from both of these 2 games, right? They are having so much pressure, so much presence in these games.
Yep, you've seen it. Big swings, right? So Track responsible for majority of the team's damage in game number 2, and of course we have Moonlan on their arty in game number 1, both making very big waves. But this also came because of the performance of the junglers, where on the side of 1-1 he was able to soak up the damage for the team, which is exactly what Pang offered Wolves in game number 2. So are we going to see a wrestle over this tank jungler meta in the next game for game number 3, or are we going to dive down a completely different route? Do we go for the assassin jungles? Do we go for the signature pay pick from the side of Pang?
That will be very interesting, right? Because yesterday we saw the side of Weibo Gaming's Lin Hong pull it out in the game number 7 here. So potentially that may be a case here that could really tickle Pang's interest in wanting to play that pay, right? He was known for his pay. He's the FMVP user of that pay. So that's definitely a potential here coming into this draft, right? And we were going into the breakout stage, the group stage. We saw the likes of all these assassins like the Fae, like all these different picks here. So maybe going into a best of 7, more of these assassins, like you mentioned, will be shown into broad daylight.
Exactly. And of course, we know we have both sets of fans here, right? The DRG Dragon Ranger Gaming fans in the comments. We also have the Wolves Esports fans in the comments as well. But there's one more group that I think will come from yesterday, and that's the Weibo Gaming fans, because they were looking for Wolves to win this best of 7 because they want to meet them in the next stage of competition.
Exactly. Coach Lin did mention that historically speaking, Weibo Gaming always had a better win rate against Wolves Esports here. But whether or not Wolves Esports can actually maintain this pressure going into game number 3 will be the question that DRG needs to solve and answer if they want to push this game to an even further stretch.
Oh, for sure. But you know what? I think the cool thing is I firmly believe that both teams are not really shaken by the performance of game number 1 and game number 2 because there's plenty more to offer. I think they're already used to this. They're expecting the true strats to really shine through maybe game 3, game 4, and maybe even game 5 and 6.
It's a fast stretch, like we mentioned. It always comes down to the players' hero pool here. How many heroes have you mastered? How many team composition can you really carry out as a team? Not every game is a solo carry team playstyle whereby Pang has to do all the work, Track has to do all the work. It comes down into a team effort.
Yeah, and I think for this particular series itself, a lot more prevalence on the fights for those neutral objectives, right? We have seen the game swing really quickly the moment one of the neutral objectives are taken. Specifically, I would say for this series, maybe we're talking about that Shadow Overlord. That really made the biggest difference. Both teams know how to use it more efficiently.
I think it really comes down to this one point, right? Whereby once you get a shadow objective, you need to be pushing in for those leads. Look for those jungle resource recaptures, right? Invade your enemy, take away their resource, force that goalie to a 3 to 4, 5,000 comfort, and then rinse and repeat with that shadow vanguard. That's how these teams put a marker in those mid-game team fights. That's how you really make a big lead to end games.
Yeah, and I think specific to this series itself, maybe it's also because of the Wolves esports playstyle, which is they really love this double objective take. That it really is kind of like a killing blow because there's no response. You can't come back from that.
Well, you really can't come back from that because you're having a solid wave push coming in, and if the enemy doesn't respond to you, they're forced to fight you under a certain influence of the Shadow Tyrant buff here. So that's so much combat stats, so much wave pressure here coming in from your opponents here. So you're forced to fight for your lives.
Yeah, exactly. And then, you know what, just a little bit of lightning charges from the Tyrant buff, more extra movement speed from the Tyrant buff as well. No biggie, right? But
No
it's,
biggie.
it's so difficult. But we'll see, because if Wolves Esports are allowed to play the same kind of game that they did in game number 2, I think DRG are in for a very tough game number 3.
And game number 3 draft commences with Chongqing Wolves on towards the left side, and Dragon Ranger Gaming from Foshan will be set on their sides with that red side counter pick side. Starting off the bands, we have the Kong Kong and also the Kapun being removed from the pool.
Wolves Esports, they're so concerned about Moonlan. Moonlan, I think, desperately wants to play this Chisha, dude. They know something on the side of Wolves Esports, and I think we know too. Like, you would never allow Moonlan on the Chisha.
Yeah, no Chisha inside here as it is banned away from the side of DRG and also Wolves Esports here, but that leaves the Master Luban for contention in this first pick here. Does Wolves Esports take the bait, or will DRG set up a perfect trap for them in this counter draft here? It is looking very spicy.
You take it, right? It has to be. Like, there's no way. This is a guaranteed Master Lupan game. So we know that the Lupan is coming through. Now, Dragon Ranger Gaming, the question now is, okay, how do we fix that? Because you don't take Lupan number 7 on his own. There has to be a different counter.
There seems to be the likes of the Dunshan Fatih that they could really pick up to go for the backline engages here. So that is potentially something that DRG can venture into. But
wow,
we talk about it. It's like, hey, what better way of capturing the enemy team than to find a jungle assassin, than to pair it up with double assassins here? We see the Jing here. We might see Dian on the Maestro after this pick.
I really love this because instantly DRG, they know that the problem is coming, right? Why worry about the problem when you can actually just go straight for the solution? And that solution comes in the form of the Jing. Why Jing is so good is because there is instant access into the backlines. You can touch this Lupan with little difficulty. I mean, not that there's no difficulty, but little difficulty.
And in fact, respond accordingly to these backline dives. Can Wolves Esports really take care of their prize marksman, the Luban number 7, or will DRG find that engage angle on towards this Luban number 7? It's a cat and mouse game here, but DRG, they're setting up for a sure in towards that mid lane for the utility role.
Yep, they're expecting that Pang is going to jump in with the Flowborn tank, right? And this is one of the main heroes, the Shishi, for this side of Dian in the DRG lineup. Let's see if this is going to be the difference maker. But on the side of Wolves Esports, what do you want for them? I feel like I would like to explore the, big burst composition. Even a Gun and Mo will make sense, because if you can't push the Jing out of the middle domain, why not just, take her out before that happens?
I think they need to cover up 2 things. Either pick a utility mage and a carry clash laner, or a carry mid lane and then a utility clash lane in the form of a tank like the Meng Tian, for example, here. As we go into the second stage, they really need to figure out a secondary carry to really elevate the pressure on towards Track's shoulder.
Yep, and Chu Ku here does not have access into the Zhang Fei anymore, so there needs to be a different kind of setup. Maybe a Lianpo is going to be a consideration for the side of DRG, or maybe a Sulia, right? I think the Unconquerable Army, the setup, nice AoE, you know that the Luban and the Master Luban will be together. I think that's a great potential for the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming.
And the reason why Master Luban and Luban number 7 is so darn good is because Luban number 7, he does so much damage towards tanks, right? You have the built-in damage towards enemies' health, but then you have this one thing. Luban number 7, you have no mobility here, and what better way of allowing your farm lane to have mobility than in Master Luban? Give it a link, and once you want to be escaping or rotating, you can click the link and then you can go towards your Master Luban roam towards safety.
Yeah, I like the explanation, right? But that's exactly why DRG are drafting this particular composition. This is a hard chase down composition, right? Liempo coming in with the Tremor Smash, as well as the Magma Slam, and just everything to chase down this Luban number 7 and Master Luban composition. At the same time, you have 1-1 here with the Jing pick. Now, Wolves Esports, they respond with a tank and the Machao, right? So Heino tank, and then we have a backline access Machao. I think that's a great answer.
I think that's definitely a great answer, right? Like we keep mentioning, like, okay, if you put everything on towards the shoulders of track, that could put so much pressure. One bad position, one good assassination angle coming from DRG would remove the Luban number 7 from the map here. But if you double down, play more assassins, play more carries for your team, it puts in so much work for Wolves Esports to really play as a 5-man unit with multiple carry points.
Okay, so let's talk about what both teams want to achieve, right? Of course, this is going to be another main hero on the side of the Clash Laner for DRG here. The Mayin pick, this is going to be a big one. Now, DRG, I want to focus on Dian in the mid lane because I feel like this Shi is going to be the difference maker for the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming. The ideal target, I think you want to catch Track, right? But I think besides that, maybe you catch Pang.
Yep, catch Pang, pull him out towards the safety zone here. Make sure he goes out of position here so you have more of these angles for the likes of Wanwan, Joku, or Hua Yan to access the backline here. That's something you really want to be looking for in this game number 3 here. For Wolves Esports, protect Luban number 7. Allow Return to farm towards that late game. For DRG, make sure you destroy this Luban double combo.
They have to do it in such a way, right? Either you catch Track out or you take out one, right? It's either or. I mean, I would find it very difficult for the side of DRG to be able to get both of them at the same time unless a huge blunder is made by the side of Wolves Esports.
It's really a 50-50, right? Would you call it a blunder if DRG really finds those angles? Because it is not solely based on Wolves Esports mispositioning. It also comes in the form where DRG, Wanwan, or Dian, or even Joku Hua Yan finds those backline engages, finds those key angles that they need to decide the game, right? So it's really down to one key word: execution.
Agree. And I think execution is going to be super important here, which also comes the rise from the goalie, right? Where can they find these openings when they have the power spike? Both teams, I mean, for the Clash Laners, this one is a game of access. Can you get into the backlines? Because if you allow Machao into the backlines, he is just going to weave and slip in and out of your backlines, get the kill, get out. You can't punish. At the same time, that is the same option offered by Hua Yan in this Mayin pick.
Farm is essential here. If you can keep that early game tempo here, funnel the farm from Wolves Esports pocket into the members such as the Luban number 7, into the Machao. That is your key game plan here. On the flip side though, since you picked the Shi from the side of DRG, you want to be going in for more of these side pressure. Give more resources to Wanwa, give more resources to Mulan or Hua Yan here, allowing them to take all the gold and funnel into that burst heavy comp against the opponents.
I think guarantee it's just going to go into the hands of Wanwan, right? Because Wanwan has one of the faster rotations across the map. At the same time, you want Dian to be able to go to the farm lane or even the Clash lane just to be able to get that numbers advantage, steal away or put some pressure, get that space right for yourself, and then you can add on to the rotational speed that is the monster that Wanwan has picked on this Jing.
We'll have to see because this game number 3 is coming into a very, very spicy draft. We are having a full-on defensive draft coming in from the side of Wolves Esports, but for DRG, they put in a gamble here. They want to find these high-risk, high-reward plays. This is game number 3 between Wolves and DRG as we head on towards the fans to hear some chants.
的序章。
And right away you can see, right, we talked about funneling the farm. 1-1 actually gets funneled that first mid-wave from the side of Dien, goes into the jungle as well. At the same time, he did check the buffs. I think Pang did not let him know that he started with the Azure, but we'll see how that comes out with the rotations here.
There's so much pressure here coming in from the bottom side, right? Everybody wants to be able to get this fire pick here and a pull here. And then Print here comes in for the side of the end here, but early game, not the most of damage here that you can expect from a DRNG.
True. I think at this point for Wolves, the game plan is slightly different in terms of gold distribution, right? Because I think you do want Juan to have some gold, get the pokes in. He's going to be a long-range attack to try and deter DRG from really diving in. Because even before they start the fight, if you've been hit by the Scepter of Fate, you know, it just gets more and more damage done on you.
Yeah, more stacks, more damage here. So the front line coming in for the side of DRG needs to be careful to really void out the semi-tank halo damage here as we talk about here. But so far in this early game exchange here, Wolves Esports is having a very comfortable early game for their laners.
For now, right? I think the moment we get the first blood, it's going to change everything. You see the burst potential coming in from the side of 1-1. Not the biggest amount. He is at level 4 Pang as well. But this is the major difference. And first blood maybe here did not want to commit the flash. I mean, this is why they're professionals. I would have committed and then had my life taken away and then the game would have been over from there.
Yeah, Luban number 7 at the DRNG matchup is always so nice to watch. It always comes down to the basic of the marksman laning thing. You need to be playing your strengths, whereby your kiting skills, your range control, everything matters here. And you can start to see, due to the fact that Moonlight won the laning phase, it put in so much pressure for Track to even farm the waves.
Yep, has to commit the S-Bot ultimate coming in from the side of Track as well. Now, this is not a very huge investment, but the more dangerous thing that is happening is the fact that they're allowing 1-1 all of this extra gold in his pocket. He might be trailing in the EXP, but the gold is definitely on track for 1-1.
Yeah, definitely on track here. Definitely what you want to be doing, especially if you're playing a jungle assassin in the form of a Jing here. He needs all the resources to be able to find those matchup here. But oh, golden token does land on towards Track, but no follow-up will be seen from the side of the RG.
Okay, so both junglers looking for that extra gold here, and I don't think they will commit for DRG, right? We're about 60 seconds away from that first 4-minute Tyrant. This one is where they will truly wrestle for control.
You could also argue that maybe Wolves Esports, because they want to give the side of Track a good farming space, they could just totally ignore this Tyrant and play for the later stages of the game. That could be a potential rotation that they could really consider.
I would consider that. I mean, only if they know about the buff timings on the side of DRG, right? Then maybe I think that would be a good trade. But straight away, they get a nice catch. Can this be the first blood for the side? And Pang might be the victim here. He does get taken down. 1-1 secures much more for the side of DRG. But the punishment does come in. We're talking about Juan. He needs to lay that pain in. They get the trade in the form of Hua Yin. And right off the bat, the 4-minute mark, I think it will be a stalemate for the time being.
That was a crazy play coming in from the side of the end here, pulling Pang once again to the hearts of the DRG members. And that is exactly what you want to be seeing here, especially Dien has named this shirt as one of his main picks in the KPL.
Yeah, Shi is really one of those very difficult to execute heroes because you need to have perfect spacing, right? And right off the bat, now because they took down Pang, he will not be in time for that smite battle. This first Tyrant goes in the hands on the side of DRG.
Well, let's take a look at the replay here. The reason why Pang was so out of position here was that Shi getting that masterclass of the pole here, and to get a return kill, return came towards the mid lane here with the help of the Master Luban engage. He does get a return kill here. So in terms of the exchanger, even though first blood goes in favor of DRG, you gotta be expecting one thing: you can't let the Ma Chao have so much gold in his pockets.
And you also have to pay attention to Juan, right? Juan was actually turning the fight around pretty significantly in the later parts of that fight. And we could see a couple more Scepters of Fate. I think DRG would have been melted down.
Oh yeah, he was just ramping up those Scepter of Fate, and it's starting to hurt a lot, especially onto Joku and Hua Yin here. But Hua Yin is something that we really need to put focus on, because this Yin, he's definitely going for the full damage build, the Axe of Torment, Pure Sky into that Siege Breaker to look for that 1-2 combo on towards Track or even Juan.
Yeah, very scary potential here. And we have not experienced it yet, but later on, when the actual catches come from 1-1 on the track and 1, I think that is where the biggest difference maker will be made. Looking for another catch on the side of the mid T1. DRG unable to find anything for now, and they use the Fate Rewind. This is something that I think all Halo players should know. You can actually reset the damage on your turrets, as long as within 5 seconds.
Exactly, right? Just making sure that the mid turret forever stays still. Make sure that track continuously has the safety to farm all.
Oh, they definitely do need it. But for now, it's going to be just a small exchange between the Clash laners. DRG, though, they have a slight advantage in terms of the Gorge control. They get the T1 at the bottom.
Oh yeah, and take a look at the gold resources ranking on towards the left side, right? We have the 1-1 Jing, 4.8k riding the top net worth in this game, and the other members are actually all Wolves Esports members here. That's why the gold is actually very stagnant between these two teams.
Which is scary potential, because the next team fight will swing things very violently into the winning team's favor here.
This is the difference between the KPL games and our usual rank games, right? They farm, they play according to the map, they just reduce the amount of mistakes that happen on towards the Gorge, because when you die, you miss out like what, 30-40 seconds of farming time, including walking back to the lane, and the waves are just forced to be cast into your mid lane and your roam that cannot really carry the game here. But mid lane though,
oh, here we go. That's the catch that they're looking for, and that comes to save as well. They will force out the ultimate from 1-1, and right now he's being chased down. I don't think they will want to commit for this, because this is the mobility that Jing offers you at the same time on the backlines. Wolves Esports unable to find any returns onto the side of DRG, and while all of this confusion is happening, oh, the minions are working so hard on the T2 on the top as well.
and this is the exact same thing we keep discussing, right? When we talk about the things like the Jing, for example, yeah, it's a really good counter against the likes of the Master Luban number 7, but check out the Master Luban here. He immediately pulled him away towards safety.
Oh, another nice catch. Even with the ultimate, Fate Rewind is not going to be enough life. They get that kill, and now Dragon Ranger Gaming, there is a chance to be able to put more pressure across the map, particularly against Wolves Esports jungle here. Azure Golem under pressure.
Under pressure here, but still, they do secure it for their own liking here. Gold resources here are shared among the teams for everybody, for their pockets here. So for this mid-game, at the 8th minute mark, it is dead even for these two teams.
Yeah, now the dangerous part is, I feel like Pang is taking a look at the Azure buff on the Dragon Ranger Gaming side. Unfortunately, you will not be able to access it because there's a lot of pressure coming from the mid T1 here. So DRG making a great play, looking for another opening here.
Opening will be on towards this Tyrant here that will be in the presence of the DRG members here at fight breakthrough.
Yep, the Tyrant's going to be taken by the side of DRG. Nice setup by the side of Wolves Esports though. But they do lose Pang in the middle of their skirmish on the backlines. Unfortunately, Return misses just Javelin. Cannot get into the backline. They wanted Dian, but they will get punished instead. One more life to be taken. Return, the next one to fall. And Huan will follow soon as well. Finally, this is the value that Huan gives. The nice double catch. And it's an ace for the side of DRG with the Crimson Golem as the prize.
What a beautiful team fight coming in for side DRG. They found the correct members and they find all the kills on towards the Gorge here for a 5-4-0 clean ace here. Huayan with the master class re-entry here, securing all 3 members that were running away towards the base of Wolves.
Yeah, and you know what? The rewards will not stop coming. DRG, they get themselves a T2 in the mid as well. Now, Wolves Esports, this is not the end of the story just yet, but this is a very tough situation to come back from.
Well, we have to see whether the side of Track can really play this mid-game, protect this high ground until the end of the game here. That is what he needs to be doing, because right now, it is not looking good for the Wolves Esports squad.
It is definitely not, right? 7-1 in terms of skills. It's not really just about the kills, but it's the way that DRG have gotten control over the map, right? The only T2 left right now is at the bottom side, and this is very dangerous because it means they have instant access into the T3s on the top and the mid, and right now I don't think they can contest for this. DRG should have this in the bag for this Shadow Tyrant, but of course, Wolves Esports, they will not give up. They're taking a look landing quite a few nice setups of Fates with the Tremor Smash on the backlines as well. The Luban has been caught, Trek forced away. Can they get the steal? They get the kill on the Pong as well. There is no more wrestling. It goes straight into the hands of Wan. They get that Tyrant buff, and this one will hurt.
This is such a disaster here coming in from Wolves Esports. This is a repeat of game number 1 whereby they lose out all the minion waves and they also lose out the shadow variant of the objective here. And right now, without Pang, there is no front line to be standing in front for this Luban number 7.
Yeah, even if you want to say, hey, Juan maybe can save the day, he does not have this Fate Rewind. There is no save on the turrets as well. This T3 is all but guaranteed for the side of DRG. And with that, they do reset the damage, and they will be able to hang on for a little bit more, but there is a lot of damage coming in from the side of Moonlight. They still guarantee the T3.
Wow, DRG currently riding with that power here. They are looking at a 7,000 clean goal lead at the 11-minute mark. Once this Tyrant expires, they are looking to contest for that Shadow Vanguard and potentially end the game.
Yeah, they definitely could do it right here, right? One more big teamfight win, they should be able to secure the crystal as well. Pull ahead in this best of 7 series, make it 2-1.
DRG, where was this form coming in from Summer or even the ACL? Right now, they are looking so dominant against one of the teams known as Wolves Esports, which has so much experience as one of the top dogs in KPL.
Okay, 1-1 looking for an opening with the mirror swaps as well. Not going to be greedy. This is what I like about the KPL teams, right? They have so much discipline. They know when not to overstep. So DRG, they know that they have this objective available for the taking. They will start working on it with the Primal Bond.
The Primal Bond will be expired right now. With the Security Shadow Vanguard here, the clock is ticking coming in from Wolves Esports. It will take a heck of a comeback for them to actually claw back into this game here, as we see currently in towards the charts here. Moonlight, 43k damage dealt towards the team fight and a 41% total damage conversion.
I mean, as we all can see, right, there is no hard lockdown on the side of Wolves Esports. They're expecting an honest fight coming up from the side of DRG, right? Not gonna happen. Like, who's gonna be responsible? And to make matters worse, we have a double siege breaker acquisition coming in. Hua Yan as well as Wan. This is not bode well for the side of Wolves Esports.
The moment Track mispositions, that is the end of this Luban number 7 here, as another tier 2, tier 3 goes down in towards the mid lane here. The final high ground has a Shadow Vanguard marching towards its base.
Yep, Shadow Overlord has touched base now. They don't have the backdoor protection. They might have the Fate Rewind here, going to be used to commit to save the tower, but the Super and Mega Minions will still be summoned onto the side of DRG on the backlines as well. This is a 1v5, and he still goes in. Hua Yan makes the difference for the team, makes it out. And once again, DRG, they get away with no punish whatsoever.
That was a crazy commit here coming in from Hua Yan against 5 members here and managed to get out alive here, only burning the Pure Sky and his Flasher. If he were to fall there, that could be a comeback potential from Wolves Esports, because in 15 seconds, that Shadow Tyrant will be respawned on towards the Gorge.
Not an ideal situation here. With 10 seconds to go, DRG, they have complete control over this Gorge right now, and it's bleeding red for the side of Wolves Esports.
Wolves Esports right now is not looking good for their team here. They're suffering a 9,000 deficit here. They cannot be giving away one more team fight. One more team fight loss will put them at the edge of the crystal.
Yep, and they're going to lose their Crimson buff as well. They're looking for an entry point here. Wan, you can see circling around the sides here. Once he gets that flank, you know it's over.
Yeah, that flank will be very, very painful here coming in for the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming. You have Hua Yan, you have Wan, and also Joku always looking at Track and always looking at him. If he does miss position, you best believe he gets deleted almost immediately.
Yep, this T3 will not stand for long. The opening is available. Juku jumps into the backlines as well. Wan finds his target just to push them away. They want the backdoor protection removed, and they will go for the kills. Huan Pang in return. The 3 of them are down. There is no more protection for the crystal. And game number 3 goes into the hands of DRG.
Wan with a masterclass jank here. The entirety of Dragon Ranger Gaming stood up in this game number 3. Despite the pickup of the Luban combination here, DRG dismantled it with style.
Yep, DRG, very convincing performance. Exactly what you want out of a Jing composition, right? And this is where, why did they not take up more control in the form of Wolves Esports?
Wolves Esports definitely were not ready for that Shi pick because my goodness, that Shi was so darn good in those early game team fights. He made the job work, pulled Pang away from his team, and made sure that he got punished heavily.
I think the biggest difference maker definitely was Dian in this game. 1-1 I think is going to be MVP for this game number 3. But Dian was what really started the whole aggression and growth on the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming, right? That first catching out Pang of all people was one of the most dangerous things to happen on the side of Wolves Esports.
It's so difficult for me to actually pick an MVP because I think this game, everyone in the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming played their comp to a perfection. Everyone knew what they had to do, and the checklist was like, okay, first, we use Dian's Shi to pull away Pang in towards these team fights. That's number 1. Number 2, we have Hua Yan, Joku, and also the likes of Wan Wan to go in the backline to find the Luba. Number 7, once he gets his flash burn, his chain bursted out, immediately you have no more DPS coming in for the side of Wolves Esports in these team fights. Later on, third checklist here. Once all these are accomplished here, who's left untouched? Moonlight is just there free heading in the entire team fight.
Exactly, a lot of space created for the farm laner on the side of DRG, right? And to be honest, the composition on the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming can be a little bit even more aggressive. And I feel like this very composed way of executing a draft was the difference maker, because you didn't see Hua Yan dive into the backline too many times. There were many more options he could have done so, which would have made the game a little bit more chaotic for the side of Wolves Esports, but it could also open up the doors for a potential comeback if mistakes were made.
There was one very little play that Hua Yan did, was by he went in for the 1v5 at the high ground and he managed to make it out alive. If he were to fall there, that could be a Shadow Tyrant given over as a 5v4 opportunity for Wolves Esports to come back into the game here. So that minor mistake might have to be fixed in the later stages of this BO7 here. But so far, game number 3, masterclass performance for the entire squad of DRG. But let's check out the scoreboard and run through with you what actually went down in that game number 3.
Okay, the biggest difference maker here, I think, has to be Juan, right? 6,500 in this Hano. I think at the start of the game, they were expecting him to be able to tank a little bit more, use him as that bait so that the rest of DRG jumps him. They did, and they got his life. That was the huge issue that Wolves Esports never solved.
Oh yeah, and to be honest, the early game was actually a very 50-50 exchange up until that one major fight that Hua Yan found 3 key members with his Mayin. That just changed everything in the following team fights.
Yeah, and we'll take a look at the damage here. Look, this is where Dian I find has the highest value. 33,000 worth of hero damage only, but the way that he got those catches, the pulls, that was the true value of the Shi pick. And then the rest of the team capitalized on that. The gold growth was just insane, and of course the plays, the damage, all coming in.
Exactly right. We were talking about like, okay, when you pick this Shi, your job is one thing. Provide the extra gold into your Jinx pocket, and then you go towards the side lane, sit towards the brush, force out the comfort zone of this Luma number 7. And that's what exactly Dian did on that Shi pick. And you can see, every play that this Shi made, it was all came into a very wonderful scenario for South DRG. It was kills after kills for the side of DRG on towards Pang.
Yeah, you definitely see the difference in terms of the difficulties that both teams have, right? So a little bit more open and initiation based for the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming. Wolves Esports, their competition has to rely on the reaction of Dragon Ranger Gaming, right? They couldn't set up the fights themselves without putting themselves at a risk because there was no hard CC, and DRG just ate that all up.
Man, Joku is so clean. He was 0-0-7 in game number 1, and game number 3 is 0-0-10. So far, he's having a phenomenal game on towards the Roma role. He's been finding all these success engages here, but hey, MVP, same thing. We were talking about Hua Yan, we were talking about Wan Wan here, but all this couldn't happen without the masterclass in towards the mid lane. It is Dian with his signature pick on towards the Shi.
Told you so. 007, the James Bond of the side of DRG here. Like a true secret agent, getting the catches, not getting noticed, and putting the true value of the team as the front.
Such a stable play coming in from the Shi here. We know for the fact that this Shi is his main hero, right? Sure, you need so much like consistency on this hero, right? Every spell is a skill shot, and it's so difficult to land skill shots against the best of the best players.
Yes, and this was an important marker because a couple of things went south for the side of Wolves Esports, right? Number one, they lost the Crimson buff. Number two, it also opened up the Azure buff for his jungler to take on the side of Wan. Now, besides that as well, the Radiance coming here, the nice catch, he made it out. But okay, this one I think was more of a return mistake because Dian actually was looking a little bit scary. His health is super low on the backlines. If Return had gotten the kill onto Dian, I think this would have changed a little bit more in favor on the side of Wolves Esports.
And Moonlight in these teamfights, he was really untouched and unscattered as well. He was just dishing out tokens after tokens here, and as of this point, it's just out of desperation for Wolves Esports. You can see the top wave, the mid wave, everything was left untouched here. You force a fight here, and if you lose even one member here, it's just the end of the world for you with that play.
And the most beautiful part is, I want you to notice the Clash laner as well as the support, right? So Juku as well as Hua Yan, the two of them are very successful in making sure that they catch the different members on the side of Wolves Esports. But let's hear what they have to say during the game.
我空掉了，我空掉了。他没关系，他可以现在，我可以
拉一下。
接我下边，接我下边。
哎，往我这走。
我可能死了，没事。
盯住，盯住，盯住，兄弟！
还行，还行。
打了。
走了，别急，扎满了，扎满了。
可以走，可以走。
鲁班没上，小杰，鲁班没上，
全。
那追吗？鲁班没上。看他，我等我200斤了，200斤。马上死。慢点，兄弟。
追！
对，可以追。我来了。我能低念。好砸。好。
别急，听我说，慢慢打。
我们推。
我推。
慢步。吸血呗。
我
这还能杀？看。别，
跟不上。
我死了，你们走，我死了。OK。哎，能走吗？哎，我走了。
炮，
给他挡炮。
走。
马炮没上球，向这边打，没炮。给打炮。可以。
不用接这波接了危险。
他这么想出来，这不接。能看我们接的。不看，别打，逼了。看位置，我们点远塔。我40秒。给我远塔。
塔掉。
掉到远塔。打远塔，远塔。哎，鲁班走到了。鲁班没上。帮我打。
中国有线。
鲁班没上，别急，没事，准备一波，点塔，漂亮 ，nice。
All right, welcome back. And yes, I have been reading comments. I know that you're asking us to translate the shout and short calls coming in. So let me make it clear. It's no different from your ranked games, your peak games. It's this exact same call. Number one, they're talking about, hey, does this guy have flash? The flash is off of cooldown or on cooldown, and they were pointing at the Lupan, right? They're looking at track. At the same time, the discussions during the players for neutral objectives were about making sure that the gaps were filled. So example, having the Lupan and Master Lupan being far behind into the backlines, they were looking for Palm, right? So they're looking for the different win conditions that are available on the side of Wolves Gaming or Wolves Esports. Once they got that out of the way, that is where they found value in the fights. And the last point that they were discussing about was that decision to really go for that last push onto the crystal. This was the difference maker because a lot of the players were actually calling for the game to end. But the captain was the one that was telling them to stay steady, we'll be patient, and wait for the vanguards, wait for the minions to come in. Once the opportunity is up, the crystal is open for the taking.
And I want to add to your point as well, right? So you remember the 8-minute fight whereby Wolves Esports lost 0-5 in that exchange? It was a very smart move coming in from DRG whereby they stated one thing. It's like, hey, back it up a bit because the Hano scepters are starting to stack here. Let it reset first before we take up the continuous fight, and then when the members of the side of Hua Yan and also Wanwa were to come over, they re-engaged that fight and they took out all the remaining members. And there was also the last few moments that you talk about, whereby at the high ground, they were looking for the game-winning push. They started off not as a push, started off as a team fight. So what happened was DN was saying that, okay, I got to pull on the Shi here, focus on the front target here, whereby 1-1 was like, okay, I got the Luban number 7 on towards the back line here, just fight normally, just do what we have to do, and we will win this fight here. So it is very clear and concise, even though there's a lot of like communication being stacked on towards each other, but the end goal is that everyone was doing their job to enable themselves to get that game 3 victory.
That's right. I hope you recognize the patterns as we do as well, which is number one, you have to recognize what are the win conditions in the team fight that your opponents are looking for. You already know what your win conditions are, but do you know what your opponent's win conditions are? Because once you remove those, you will have an instant access into Crystal.
Oh yeah, everywhere we go, even though you have 3 high grounds, as long as you don't win that final team fight at the high ground, it'll be super difficult for you to actually end the game and get that game-winning push here. So props to DRG, they had a masterclass of a mid-game at the 8th minute mark. They were winning team fights after team fights, and they were forcing Wolves to react to their plays here. In the end, it was DRG with the superior execution on towards the draft. We were talking about like, hey, whose draft do you think it was better here compared to Wolves and also DRG in game number 3? We were talking about, I'm not sure because it's a 50-50. It comes down to execution. Whether the Luba number 7 gets a clean game or will the members of DRG find their backline access. But in the end, it was DRG with the superior play.
I think it's really rare that you would say that a draft loses 100%, right? It mostly comes down to the execution as well. But we'll take a look at this because we are right now at the halfway mark, right? This is game number 4 here, and this is the chance for DRG to take one more step and be at the position where they are at series point.
Oh yeah, if you want to be at series point, if you get that series point, we keep talking about this, I love to say this, you get that mental advantage over your opponent. Like, if you're 3-1, your opponent's like, man, that's 3 more games if I want to be able to win that game and to bring it to 4-3. And man, there's 2 more games we want to force it to an ultimate battle here. So every step they take it with more cautious and potentially might limit their thought process here. Usually they will go for those high risk, high rewards, like daring dives, but because it's a match point, they'll be like, do I really do that play? It's so risky though.
Yeah, and there's so many factors that come into play, right? The draft, the coaches, the players' mentality. I'm on the desk, so we might go to game 7. We don't know. So we'll see how that is going to be, because the next one is going to be game number 4. This one really makes a break because we've been in this situation yesterday where it became a 2-2 scoreline and became a tiebreaker, of which there were plenty of twists and turns in that particular storyline. But is today going to be different? Does the dragon rise into the air and put the Wolves down below?
And so far, DRG, like you mentioned, right, they are showing finessing the styles of what they have shown back in spring, right? In spring, they were 2nd place, but going to ACL, going to summer, they didn't really have a good approach towards those seasons here. But coming in to this playoff after the breakout against EDGM, they seem to be in a pretty consistent factor here, especially today. We've been seeing plays from Wanwan, plays from the consistency from Moonlan here. I am very surprised here, but one thing I want to point out though, are we having a 100% win rate so far onto red side?
I think it's the same as yesterday, and that's very curious to me because we've already seen, right, teams from yesterday, LG, DMBW Gaming as well as Weibo Gaming, both of them perform a lot better on the red side. I forgot whether Weibo was on the red side for the ultimate battle.
Oh, they were.
Oh yeah, okay, so it looks like we have 100% win rate for red side so far, but we'll see if that trend continues today because we'll take a look at where DRG ends up.
DRG, right now, it's 2-1. You get one more, you force it to a 3-1. So that's series point, and then that just elevates so much pressure here. So for Wolves, same story. You push this game to a 2-2. You maintain your stance in this playoffs upper bracket run.
Yeah, I mean, this is a position you definitely want to hold, right? Especially when you have the lead and you're able to put pressure. Sometimes the challenge is not your opponents, it is yourself. You will break your own barriers and you might overthink yourself into defeat. And this is what DRG wants to put onto the Wolves Esports lineup here.
Exactly here, and we saw like multiple like styles of gameplay, multiple styles of draft here. We was looking at like, okay, we started slow, we were playing tanks here, and Pang has yet to show us a single assassin game here, but Wanwan here already showing us the Jink here. So for Pang here, is it a switch button here? Is it time to go on his Jink, go on his pay that is so darn good at?
But it's been banned, right? That's the biggest thing. DRG has been banning his heroes. And I feel like this is, number one of the beauties of this side of the ban pick, right? At the same time, the other beauty is that it's global ban pick. So you only get to play that hero once. And you can't reuse it again. So you can't play the pay 3 times in a row to bring your team back into the winning side of the series.
It will be difficult, right? Because global ban pick does test your limits here. So right now, if there is a composition that really doesn't work out, like potentially we saw that, oh, Pang, currently tank junglers doesn't seem to be benefiting Wolves so much here. Potentially, we might have to put Pang on towards a pseudo fighter, like what he did at game number 2. He had a phenomenal Yang Jian game where he went the semi-tank build. He was finding like backlines after backline accesses. But in game 3 and game 1, he's just this like sandbag in the front, getting hit by the enemy here. So maybe for Wolves Esports in this game number 4, they need to change up Pang's role in this best of 7.
So are you asking for a tank jungler or are you asking for a assassin jungler?
Assassin or fighter for Pang. Come on, man. We need to see the pay. We need to see the jank here. Stop putting Pang on these tanks because he is so darn good when he was playing that Yang Jian.
I mean, that is what you want as a Wolves Esports fan for sure, but DRG, they're not going to make this job any easier. Now, they're taking away the healers and sustain. And this tells me one thing. DRG, we're probably looking at a prior pick roam here. And I feel like the Sulia is coming into the gorge for this game.
Oh yeah, Sulia is still up and available here. So if we were to look at the first few picks here that's up and available here, we might be putting our focus in towards the Clash lane here. Potentially the likes of a Guan Yu, for example, or even the Pei here. But hang on though, DRG, they know that 1-1 is on fire after the game 3 here. They lock in that Pei for him.
Yeah, they're going in deep for this one. And here's the thing. If DRG wins this game, you can be sure, 100% guarantee, in game number 5, they're going to ban out this pay.
Oh yeah, but Wolves Esports, they are playing towards their draft right. They ban away the Haya, so that means one thing. Okay, Haya is banned, so what does it give into our team here? We can pick the heavy dive composition here. Guan Yu and also Jing being locked in for Wolves Esports here. So this is our first game whereby we have 2 jungle assassins going head-to-head in that jungle matchup.
Finally, another one that we wanted to see, but Dragon Ranger Gaming, they come up with the stock standard Byron and Pei combination. So this Guan Yu on the top side for the Clash, Return has to be so careful with his gameplay. No, they actually lock in the Meng Tian here.
I love it. I love the Meng Tian here. It provides even more early game compared to that Byron here. Meng Tian, everybody knows, you give him a 4 to 10 minutes mark, he will be that super tank in front for your team here. But post that mark here, he starts scaling down exponentially here. So for this DRG lineup here, their gameplay needs to be super duper fast.
It needs to be fast, right? They do lock up the Sulia because they've already expanded the Zhang Fei. They've already expanded the Lianpu as well. I think this is a great composition to start with. But Wolves Esports, they're kind of picking up all the big picks now, right? Cat Boom now in the hands on the side of Juan. I think that's going to be very big for them. But they ban out the Mai. They ban out the Chang'e. Very awesome counters against the Cat Boom because they offer quite a lot of big bursts as well.
Oh yeah, very smart bans here all around coming in from Wolves Esports here. For DRG, they're targeting the Mr. Consistent that is coming in from Wolves Esports here. Track is getting heavily focused in towards that farm lane pull here. Arlie being banned away here. I expect another farm lane to be removed from the hands of the Wolves Esports farm lane here. But an interesting ban as well here. We have 3 mages banned and one of it being Jing Chan. So Jing Chan is a very interesting pick where he is the most anti-burst mage in the game.
Yeah, he's also able to lock you in place. Now, DRG, they want to make sure that there is no second save here. So they are considering the Zhenren ban. I like it. Okay, now, in terms of the farm laners, do we explore the Chicha now? Because that is open on the board now.
Oh, Chicha is potentially the case here, and she's being hovered by Track in that farm lane pool here. So for DRG, they still could visit the picks like the Chano, visit the picks like the Lady Sun here, if they want to be able to lane very comfortably against the Chicha, because Chicha in the laning phase, not the greatest of the heroes that we are expecting here.
I'm super concerned here because we take a look at the control once again from Wolves Esports. They don't really have a lot. Now, Dragon Ranger Gaming, I think they need a nice mid laner, maybe a Yixing, just capture everyone together.
Maybe the case, right? I think the side will definitely go on towards more of a mage control here, or potentially even more burst damage here. So, when Chicha and also Pang comes in for that engage here, but hang on, still consideration between the Wu Zetian or these control mages here. So a bit of a tipsy taps at DRG. They are looking for that final piece of the puzzle here. They do lock in that Yu Huan here to pump in more of these heals, to pump in more of these escape mechanism away from the likes of Pang and return on those heavy dives.
Okay, I'm just gonna say, how are you gonna be able to kill the DRG lineup, man? Like, Jiuku in the mid, he's a mid laner, by the way, he's not a support. And we finally get our debut pick, maybe, Lumber, for the side of Wolf Esports here. This is also a massive tank. We needed control. This is exactly what we're asking for.
Exactly what we're asking for, right? So big engages is the name of the game coming in from Wolves Esports here. They do hover and lock in that Liam poke here. Serves the same purpose here, but is more consistent compared to the Lumber that you mentioned just now here. So fairly interesting picks here so far coming in from Wolves Esports here. I am loving the Chicha idea here. I am waiting where they can actually pull it off.
This game one needs to be absolutely perfect, right? I'm talking about the one support from the side of Wolves Esports, because if he gets these into a situation where he's easily meltable, where he's taken down easily from the side of DRG, this game is absolutely over.
Oh yeah, this game is absolutely over here, but in terms of the ease of execution here, DRG looks to be having a much more solid draft here compared to the likes of Wolves Esports thus far, but I am interested to see what Wolves Esports have in store for us here. Is Wolves Esports, you can never count them out in a best of 7 series.
Yeah, in fact, you know what? In the farm lane, Trek actually is a winning lane against the Alwyn or the Lung Pick. We've seen players use the Chicha to great effect against the Lung Pick, but then once again, this is a skill matchup. We'll see how Trek does against Mulan here.
I think I would expect something like a lane swap here coming in from the side of Wolves Esports to put Trek into a much comfortable matchup against the likes of Hua Yin or the likes of Mulan, because you want Trek to have a comfortable early game, skill towards that mid game with 2 items, be it the Sparksword Dagger and the Doomsday, right? Because Chicha relies on two few things, right? You need to stack like 5 stacks before you enter the battlefield, and once you enter, you need to go in with the range form with your ultimate to hit all those basic attacks on towards the enemy, and all those basic attacks coming in from your weapons, they stack and they apply the on-hit effects here. So she is an insane tank buster in these fights.
We'll see. We need it, right? You need to get the stacks. That's the most important part. And this is where the laning phase is so important, because once you get the stacks, like you said, the ultimate coming in from this Chicha is going to be deadly. But they need the setup. And this is where I feel Wan, as well as their Clash Laner return, is going to be so monumental. They need to work in great conjunction, or else this composition will not hit its full potential.
I am waiting. I am desperately waiting to see the gameplay of this Chicha here. I am personally a big fan of the Chicha in the competitive scene here, but this is game number 4 between Dragon Ranger Gaming at the edge of the seat here, because they are looking to secure that match point against Wolves Esports, but Wolves Esports, they are the Wolves, hungry to come back into the series to tie it up.
Yeah, either you pull forward, you pull ahead, or it's back to square one for both of these teams. We'll take a look at how this is going to be. Let's hear the crowd as they cheer the teams.
The crowd will...
敌军还有5秒到达战场，请做好准备。全军出击！
Mid-start here coming in for the side of DRG. Wan here immediately pouncing over to the side of the jungle camp here. Wild Boar stolen away from DRG's jungle here, but an engager coming onto his return.
Yep, they get the flash down here as well. It's meant to be a deterrence, but the true damage has already been done. DRG has already taken 1 camp away, and this is all going into the pocket of Wan, by the way.
Exactly the case here, and that does put a lot of HP advantage for the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming here, but the only concern so far that I have with DRG, Wan has yet to touch a single buff, with Pang almost hitting that level 4. This means the engage might happen in that jungle department.
Yeah, we're looking for an opening, right? Pang, he knows about this advantage, like you mentioned before, because the initial invade, they have to make it worth it, and they will steal back one more camp. Pang says, okay, we don't take a risk right now.
Yeah, we don't take a risk right now here. You can see the jungle tempo is in favor of Wolves Esports jungler here. So far, he's already level 4 here and is starting to pick up all these resources here. And we keep talking about here, hey Sagi, why does the jungler always visit the mid lane here? It's because they want to be maximizing their goal potential here. So when the jungle and roam appear in the same lane, whoever who last hits that minion will get the full goal.
Yes, exactly. You want to make sure you maximize your gold efficiency, right? At the same time, this is also why certain times you'll see the mid laner help the jungler in the jungle camps. This is to number one, speed up the process, but also share a little bit of that gold as well.
Exactly the case here, kid, and we start to see more of these approaches here coming towards the top side here, clearing out this wave here. So 1-1 here, getting a lot of gold funneled into his pockets here, just like what we are seeing so far on the hands of Pang's Jing.
Okay, so we take a look at the potential of the Jing for Pang, right? Has it been realized yet? And are we going to see it realized? Because there is a gold gap now in advantage to DRG.
Well, it's still very early, right? So right now, we're still seeing the early game being played out here. Yet to be 4th minute yet, so during the 4th minute mark, we need to see the jungle assassins come into play.
Yeah, it's a 3-man commitment on the mid lane. They want to force the rotations coming out from Wolves Esports. For now, both teams, they understand the timing, so they won't go overboard in terms of aggression, at least not for now. There is no sustainable catch available.
Very similar gameplay as well, we're coming from both these two teams. You're looking at a tank top lane on the side of the clash lane, and then a jungle assassin that is heavily taking up all these resources on across the gorge here. So that's definitely what you want to be seeing, right? More gold funnel into the jungle assassin as hang on a moment though, Joku gets caught out.
Yep, that's going to be his first life. First blood will go into the hands of Pang. This is exactly what Wolves Esports need. Now, this is an important timing because it's 30 seconds away before we get that 4-minute Tyrant spawn. And right away, they know the play. 1-1 actually makes a trade in terms of gold.
Very well played here coming in from Wolves Pang again, finding the key assassination on towards Joku here. He knows for a fact that in the early game, not a lot of players can actually tank up the full burst potential coming in from the Jing.
Yeah. Same case for the side of 1-1 though, which is why he was very aggressive with their movement here. Now it's all about the setups. We're talking about that one movement from the side of Liempo, and right away we have a one-on-one at the bottom side. Both heroes trying to burn out resources from each other. Not going to be the case here, but for now, the timing has been achieved. 4 minutes. Tyrant is available.
And everyone is ready in towards this river here as a Tremor Shot does go in.
Yeah, nice setup as well. This is what we want, but a lot of damage coming in. It is Juan who gets that first engage. They get Huayan down, and this is going to be a numbers advantage for the side of Wolves Esports. All they have to do is to push this mid wave away, and they can start working on that 4-minute Tyrant.
Very clean stuff here coming in for the side of 1 on that Liempo here. Finding the key decisive engage here does secure the kill on towards Huayan here. The CC chain was beautiful here. This allowing Huayan's attempts in even pressing the flash.
Yeah, this is why I keep, emphasizing that 1 is so important. At the same time, return as well, because they need that hard CC setup to be able to win against the lineup on the side of DRG.
Let's take a look at the replay here. So Pan does secure up the Azure Golem here, and then check out the choke point control here, but let's go back to the live though.
Yep, nice catch by the side of Return here. Maybe getting the life on this side of Huayan. Not going to be available for now, like you mentioned before. This pick is so tanky on the Mentian, and it is a wasted effort from Wolves Esports, but they do buy themselves some time on the side of DRG.
And you can see the similarity, right? Huayan has already completed his Ominous Premonition as the first item here. Same goes for Return here. These two players, they are looking to set up their team for success here. Return, purchasing that free charge here. So these two, same job here. Set up your jungler, set up your team for those engages.
Yep, it's a more aggressive setup for the side of Return, right? Because with the frigid charge, you can actually stun the opponent members. And for now, they want to work on the T1. Here comes the jump in from the side of 1-1 as well. They just want to push them back. And with that, the response is, it's going to be a kill. They take 1's life away. And when the tank is down, this is where they're very vulnerable on the side of Wolves Esports as well. They make a trade on the top side of the map. Return actually gets the T1 on the top. And for now, there is a little bit of damage. Return and trade DRG. They need to go for more though.
Oh, DRG, they did manage to steal away the Azure Golem from the hands of Pang here. So Pang, even though he invested the ultimate here, the blue buff, the Azure Golem still falls into the hands of Huayan's Javelin Stab.
Okay, this is gonna hurt him for the next 90 seconds, right?
Oh, yeah.
At least until the buff gets respawned for now. And I think DRG now is the best position to actually come and take a fight.
Well, DRG, they are up and available right now. They are riding the gold lead of a pure, merely 300 gold here. But in terms of the map movement so far, DRG, they are looking so darn consistent in these teamfight attempts.
I mean, they're on the side of Wolves, they're so lucky that Return got that trade on the T1. Or if not, I think this would have been a very different kind of stage at this 6-minute mark in the game.
Exactly here, and we can start to see some of the itemization here coming in from Dragon Ranger Gaming. Here you can see Dian and also Hua Yan here, plus Joku, they're building a much more tankier setup for their team here, and the main damage dealer comes in the side of Moonlan and also Wanwan in these exchanges.
I find the interesting thing is, you know, Dian actually goes for the Twilight Stream, right? This is an item that gives you more magic pierce the more hits you land onto your opponents, stacking up to 10 times.
Apparently, this is the meta build so far coming in for the Yuhuan in the KPL server here. It has been one of the stock standards that we're talking about so far here. But check out the bottom side though, as the warriors are being spawned here and the turret here, it may not be for long.
Yep, the young generals are going to be the ones that help take that T2 on the mid. On the bottom side as well, they get the flash onto the side of Jioku, onto the side of One as well. But in the meantime, they've taken away the damage dealer. Track is taken down. The lives are low on the side of DRG. But there is no opening. They can't find it because One is actually pushing the rest of Wolves away and Return. He was supposed to be the one to catch the rest of the members on the side of DRG. Did not happen.
Once again, Dian was the key member in finding that flash stun and executing Track in his tracks here. And once again, check out the goal lead here. If your Chicha doesn't get enough gold, this pick doesn't get maximized here. But fortunately for the side of Wolves Esports here, Pang does sit on top of the entire goal lead chart.
Yeah, but Trek needs to stay alive. They force out the Unending Sorrow coming out from the side of Dian, but it's not looking good. The setup comes in from the side of One as well. It's not for the side of Wolves Esports. This is a big win for the side of DRG, and they have hit the strides. 3 members down. Trek, the next one to fall. One has to stay alone, and even with that, Huayan does not fall. DRG win big.
Huayan is invincible with that Meng Tian here. He went and soaked all the damage and set up all those key plays along with Joku on that Sulia here. What a masterclass of a gameplay here coming in from Dragon Ranger here, building a 4,000 goalie in the 9th-minute mark.
Yep, and it's off of one big play here, right? And they also get the reward of the 9-minute Tyrant. This is not the Shadow version just yet, but let's take a look at the replay here. The setup by One, that was supposed to change the game for the side of Wolves.
Exactly here, we saw Pang finding the assassination on towards Dian here, but Dian building the resistance, being so darn tanky here. The follow-up was just Meng Tian on his hands of Huayan, just going in, tanking up the entirety of that tower dive.
Yeah, exactly. And they didn't even manage to force out the first life of Juku, which was exactly what they needed, right? So Wolves, I feel like they have the composition to make it work, but they don't have the setup that they want. Like, One committed a Tremor Smash, they actually have Return activated his Razor Cavalry as well, but they couldn't find a position to maximize the damage.
And you can see from the stats provided just now here, most of the gold that is harnessed by Wanwan is all from the jungle resource that he has secured on the hands of Pang. However, most of it is from the minion waves here. What does that mean? It means that Wanwan is enabling his team by providing gold to everybody, but Pang is collecting all these resources so he can stay relevant in this match. But 10 minutes is the timer right now. Check out the positioning from both of these two teams, as One and also Pang are looking for an angle.
Yeah, potential turnaround. They're looking for the setups, right? It's all about the supports. Juku, if he gets his ultimate down on the appropriate people on the side of Wolves, it's going to be a disaster for them. One as well, that's the reverse can be said. And we'll take a look at the Radiant setup. They know about the members. And here we go. Return on the backlines, looking for an opening. Going to be pushed back. Right now, it is 1-1 getting caught out. He takes the Tyrant before he gets taken down. And it's actually 2 members on the side of Wolves have been taken. 3, in fact, as 1-1 takes the kills for the team with the Dragon Form as well. Infinite Fastest. The Dread does not hit in, but it is not necessary because 1-1 cleans the rest of the crew up. Even One might get found out. He has to run for his life, and the T3 on the top is open for the taking. They don't even need to kill him. They need to take the Crystal.
The Crystal is wide open for the taking of Dragon Ranger Gaming here. 2 seconds left on towards Pang. Can he make the defense?
Not going to be possible as game number 4 goes into DRG.
Super duper clean game here coming in from the hands of Dragon Ranger Gaming here. That was such a beautiful game that I just saw from DRG.
Yeah, absolute masterclass. I think the way that they executed the setup was so different from the side of Wolves, right? Return felt like he was so lost. There was no Razor Cavalry angle that made sense. He couldn't come from the back because one was smack in the middle of everyone else. There was a lot of damage offered by the rest of the members of DRG.
Wow, so in terms of those gameplay alone, I think we have to give a bit of a props to the coaching staff as well. I think in terms of the draft here, for the side of DRG, they did an exceptional draft in making sure that Pang did not have a comfortable game here. Think about Pang's position, right? He has to go in for the assassination. It is either Lung or the Yuhuan here, but what do those two have in common? The ultimate bailout tool here. So if Pang were to go in, he's just putting in damage here, and immediately those two heroes will just go away with those ultimate and escape towards safety here. And when your spells are all on cooldown on Jing, you have to wait for the second turn. And who comes into that? You have Meng Tian, you have Joku, and also you have Wan Wan on those follow-ups here, securing the game for DRG.
I think one of the most important things you have to pay attention to for the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming is the fact that they place the jungle Wan Wan along with Moonlight together, right? You're talking about that Ride the Wind, the pushback effect on the Lung. Every time you dive onto Wan Wan, the Ride the Wind pushes you back. And then you have Hua Yan on the Mentian. He offers the Young Generals, opens the ultimate, gets the pushback, gets a stun on you as well. So all of that effort to jump in is nullified. You have nothing to offer at that point. And as you mentioned, Pang jumping in as a Jing, you are just opening yourself up to death. You expect that when you open the mirror domain, people will start to run away. But no, they're waiting for you to come in.
Oh yeah, you can see in the later stages of the replay there, Pang went for the Tyrant gameplay and he was just being pushed around by the Soulier charge, by the Ride the Winds, by the Young Generals that you talk about here. So it wasn't an easy game for the jungle player known as Pang to really execute that Jing masterclass here. But currently, Dragon Ranger Gaming 3-1 in terms of the series score here. One game will push them to that series victory.
Okay, this series or this particular game is the one that I'm kind of like, okay, I don't know who the MVP is, but we take a look at the itemization, right? The tankiness that was offered by both, actually the trio, Dian, Hua Yan, and Juku, it was so phenomenal. There was not enough damage on the side of Wolves Esports.
There was just not enough here. We talk about that track needs to be farming on towards this Chicha to really make it work, right? But if you have the Chicha landing on a 0-3-0 score, not having any source of income, it is so difficult for this pick to shine in these teamfights here. It's just DRG finding engages after engages, relying on the Meng Tian and also the Soulier. Those two had so many moments in this game.
I think now, if I have to choose, I would give it to Hua Yan, right? I think he was monumental in the changes of the fight, especially when he used his ultimate, the Young Generals. The stuns as well, I think he really kept Return at bay. I think that was the biggest difference because we were expecting Return to come in. The Razor Cavalry, once activated, you're supposed to be able to push the entirety of your opponents around. DRG was not pushed around.
For me, I think it could be between Dian and also Hua Yan here. Hua Yan had a lot of key moments in towards the later stages of the game, but Dian, this player facilitated so many of these dives against track multiple times, making the dream work for DRG, shutting down track in his tracks.
I think the biggest thing for the side of track as well is, you know, we mentioned about the kit of Chicha, right? So you need to get those hits onto your opponents to be able to land the stacks. I don't think track was able to do so at any point in time. So he didn't manage to get the setup for his ultimate at all in this game.
It was very difficult, right? But only one person deserved that MVP, and it will be none other than the pay user in that jungle after that phenomenal Jing game. 1-1 comes in again with that pay masterclass performance with a KDA of 6, 0, and 3, damage conversion 26.8%.
He did everything, right? So from the start of the game, he set it up for the team, went for that very aggressive engage, pushed the members, especially Return, onto the back foot, got that initial space sprite for the team, and then they just went up to be the cleanup crew for the side of this 1-1 pay jungle, right? I think he had a phenomenal game. Thanks to the setup by the rest of the team, by the way. So quick shout out, this was a brilliant performance, but we'll take a look at how this actually went down.
this team fight was always very clean and concise coming in from the side of DRG here, and this was the key one that we talk about here. So Pang going in for the assassination here, but look at Hua Ying's position here. Just pushing everybody into a choke point, and then that's where Joku comes in, setting up his team for success. And as of this point, there's no more consistent damage coming in for the side of Wolves Esports. It was all just DRG running in, collecting all the kills that's being sent on towards that platter.
Yeah, he made sure his positioning was so crisp as well. Like Meng Tian, Hua Ying was doing all the work to make sure that they get the stuns, but they needed the follow-up damage, and 1-1 offered exactly that with the help of his farm lane in the form of Mulan as well. And I just have to say, I love this performance by the side of 1-1, but oh my goodness, Hua Ying did catch my eye for this one.
Oh yeah, Hua Ying did exactly catch the eye of this one, and Joku actually plays super duper on the Sulia as well. It is a collaborative team effort for them to play such a dominant game of Honor of Kings to really decimate the Wolf Esports lineup in this game number 4.
Yeah, you can see what this means to the coach here and to the players as well. Brilliant performance, and what a way to do it. And you know, at this point, what is the result of this? It means we are at series point for the side of DRG, Dragon Ranger Gaming.
Dragon Ranger Gaming, after that difficult group stage that they had, they were sent down to the breakout stage to face EDGM. They came out of the depths of hell with a 4-3 record here, qualifying to the playoffs against Wolves Esports. Currently, they are up 3-1 in a best of 7. So in a best of 7, you need 4 points to win the series here. For DRG, 1 more is what they need to do to beat Wolves Esports and send them to that lower bracket.
Very tough position to be in, but once again, I like to stay positive, and this is a team that we have seen placed in this position many times, and I'm talking about Wolves Esports. They have been placed on a 3-1 scoreline, I don't know how many times in the past how many years, but they have always come back, and they have come back with a 4-3 response many a time. So I'm kind of concerned. DRG, I like the fact that they're ahead, but they need to stay ahead, because if they don't, they lose or stumble even once, you know Wolves will come back as a pack.
Well, that's Wolves Esports, right? They are the seasoned veterans in the KPL region, right? They have so much experience, so much time in the region here. So, being put in a 3-1 disadvantage here, this is where times shine when you have all the time you spend in the region, right? Whereby, okay, we are in a bit of a pickle here. Let's calm our nerves here. Let's relook at our draft. Let's see what we actually did wrong here, and then pace ourselves for a potential comeback here. And it's not the end of the world, right? Even if you lose this, you still have the potential lower bracket run.
Oh, for sure. I think there's definitely always a chance. But right now, the consideration I have is for the side of DRG, actually for both teams, right? What kind of roams do you have? There's no more Sulia for the side of DRG. There's no more Zhang Fei. There's no more Lian Bo. The big tanks are kind of out of the way. Are we going with a healing composition this time for the side of DRG?
Well, for DRG, there's still the likes of the Kong Konger, there's still the likes of the Master Luban, there's still the likes of the Diadeer, for example. So there's still a lot up for grabs here, because we're still going on to game number 5, whereby options are still relatively healthy compared to game 6. But game 5 is where you start looking at the bigger picture, right? Okay, 20 heroes are default banned away due to the global ban pick, and then 5 more bans will be added on towards your team here. So 25 bans in game 5 for both of these two teams here. So coaches will play a pivotal role in making a reasonable team composition for such an important game.
We'll see, because this one does it, right? This is series point for the side of DRG. If they win this, they win the entire series. And you know for a fact that Wolves Esports will not try to let that happen at all.
Exactly the case here, but let's check out the VCR, DRG, and also Wolves Esports. Is this the last time they go head-to-head against each other for the final tie tonight? Or will Wolves Esports, led by Pang, come in for that sweet, sweet comeback?
We'll see. I mean, the rewards will be well worth it if Wolves Esports can turn this entire series around. DRG, of course, not gonna try and let that happen, right? Many a times they have faulted, like you said, coming from the breakthrough rounds into this knockout stage was not easy for the side of DRG, and they do not want to relive that experience.
No one wants to relive that experience, not even the fans in the stage that's being filled in about 3,000 seats here, Kin. This is not something you want to be seeing if you are a Wolves Esports fan here. However, if you're a DRG gaming fan, you're going to be like, oh my, this is not what we are used to after looking at that playoffs, at that group stage.
Oh, definitely. I'm curious to see what kind of draft the Wolves Esports will come up with. We'll take a look at whether they've chosen the red side for their draft, because they will be on the choosing side, right? They get to decide which side they want to be on.
That's a funny banner as well. One of the female audience was holding like a whiteboard saying like, Gemini says we are not agreeing to an ultimate battle here.
Yep, Gemini will not agree. I think we can all agree on that one. With the exception of the Wolves Esports fans, of course, they will be looking for an ultimate battle because that's the only way back into this series.
Well, we have to see what is the pick and bans coming in for the side of DRG and also Wolves Esports here. So we talk about the potential roam pickup here coming in for the side of DRG. You still have the Kong Konger, you still have the Master Luban here, so lots of things to really pick up for. So Mulan, this player, he's been super consistent in this entire series here. So if you give him the potential of the Master Luban number 7 combination, that could be huge for DRG.
Exactly. At the same time, I'm kind of considering, right? Do you give Pang the pay now and then just pick up a Ukyo Tachibana on your side?
Oh, maybe that's not the case here, because you will want to ban out any sort of potential for them to actually make a comeback towards the game, right? Maybe ban away the things like the Arlim, like the pay, so you don't get much of the miracle setup here from Pang.
That's true. I mean, if you take a look at Track's picks, right, he has already expanded quite a bit, even including Chicha, which was the last game, right? And now it's really about, okay, what kind of options are they left with? These are the considerations that the coaches have to make sure.
Exactly right. You just check out this like global ban pick poster here. 20 picks has been default ban away here, but with the IQ 15 MVP pro player here, we get into the potential final draft of the day here between Dragon Ranger Gaming on towards the blue side and Wolves Esports on towards the red side.
Now, don't do me like that. Don't tell me this is the potential last game. But we'll see. Algren is going to be the prio ban for the side of DRG. Wolves Esports Respawn in kind. We talked about the Master Lupan. Yeah, that's not going to be an option here.
It has to go with how Mulan has been consistently playing in these gameplays. You have to be banning away that Master Luban. You cannot be allowing such a consistent player on the hands of a destruction tool like the Luban number 7.
They want Pang to play the pay, man. It has to be.
Well, looking at the exact moment here, so what do you have to first pick here coming in from Dragon Ranger Game? A lot of the tools has been removed from the pool here. Do you take away the Diadea from Wolves Esports?
Let's put into consideration that maybe Wolves are going to snap pick that pay, right? What works well with the pay in the roam?
What works well with the pay in towards the roam here, but for Dragon Ranger Gaming, they don't care. They're just playing towards their standards here. They can still go for that Dolia Yangjin combination that has been played by Wolves Esports in that game number 2.
Yeah, that is why you get the pay, right? Because you can out-sustain, you can out-damage the guy as well. Now, this is very scary, and I'm curious to see what does Wolves Esports come in with this. Byron, a consideration for now. And here we go. RD is open. I think this is a great pick for Track.
Well, Dragon Ranger Gaming, they could always go for the channel. They can always go for the likes of the Geya here. So it doesn't really fit into a really comfortable matchup for the side of Wolves Esports Marksman here. So Dragon Ranger Gaming, they have a lot of these utility tools to shut down this Track's early.
Xiao Xiao, right? It has to be a Xiao Xiao mid? No, they actually pick up the higher. Interesting.
Oh, that's very good though. You have double refresher coming in for the higher, so either you give it towards the side of the Yangjian for the double healing, or you go for double ultimate, the Moonskin Mirage. You lock in 2 opponents here. That is absurd stuff here coming in for the mid lane of DRG.
Yeah, at the same time, they are kind of saving that last pick, so they have a lot of flexibility to explore the farm lane, right?
So for me, right, Dragon Ranger Gaming, okay, you play like 4 games already, so that's 4 marksmen being banned away. So if you're Wolves Esports, you're gonna be doubling down all those bans on towards the farm lane here. So you can see, right off the bat, Geya, Channel, remove away from the pool already here. So what leaves Dragon Ranger Gaming in that farm lane pool?
Fuzifang.
Fuzifang, man, that could work. That could work. Yeah, that could work. But let's see along the lines right now, right? For Wolves Esports, they could have the same concern as well, right? The mid lane pool is not as small compared to the farm lane pool here. So for DRG, do they go for the Chicha?
That's true. They actually opened up the Shisha here on the side of Wolves though.
They did. So Wolves Esports banning away the Dune as well. So no Dune Dolia for the hands of DRG.
Okay. I would, okay, honestly, I think Chicha is great, but I feel like Chicha is a risk here for the side of DRG because they're not exactly super tanky on the side of DRG. And now Wolves Esports, and they prep for this. If they really lock this in, they're expecting the DRG is going to pick up a tank composition. And even just considering the fact that maybe there is a Fuzu farm lane, he will die towards this Angela burst.
We'll have to see, right? I'm curious for Dragon Ranger Gaming. What will they be picking for that farm lane matchup here? Is it going to be a fighter? Is it going to be a marksman here? Because if we were to look down towards the poll here, Shoya is still up and available. If this pick gets to scale towards the late game here, it does exceptionally well against Ali in that late game department.
You know what? That's why we're not coaches, bro. If we were coaches, we would have lost straight away. I mean, the fact that we completely forgot that there is a Soya here, late game potential, and there is a lot of safety available, right? Now, we take a look at the Guan Yu. This is a 4-time usage, 100% win rate for Hua Yin on this Guan Yu.
How many 100% have we had today that has been shattered here? We had the 100% win rate coming in from Trax. Yeah, and that got shattered here, but coming into this series here, we have more of these main heroes being displayed by the players here. From the side of Chongqing Wolves here, we have the signature, the main hero, Su Lie being locked in, coming in for the roamer.
Yeah, one chance, one opportunity. Will you grasp it? That is the big question now for Wolves Esports. I like the fact that, look, we were complaining before they didn't have enough control. They have 4 forms of control. You have the Sulia ultimate, you have the Juan Angela second skill Chaos Cinders, you have the Slice and Dice by Pang, and you also have the Storm Strike by Return. So a lot of setup available.
For me, the main question comes whoever can find the proper engage, right? We're looking at Wolves Esports. Okay, Su Lie on the hands of one will have to find those pivotal engage against DN and Mulan here, but think about it. This double Moonscape Mirage here, that's for you to tank here. That is crazy amount of CC and also single target zoning for you to face check as a Kaiser, as a Su Lie, for example here. So, this upcoming game, the river control will play a large role in this game.
I think so too. And to pair that up, right? I think there is definitely a winning chance for the side of the Wolves Esports team, right? Because there is a lot of burst potential and tank shred available on the side of Wolves Esports lineup. If 1-1 makes the mistake of jumping in a little bit too early and the roam on the side of DRG does not come with the Celestial Melody fast enough, you might be able to just burst 1-1 down fast enough.
Well, 1-1 will have to play very well, right? So, the itemization here, I'm thinking coming in for the side of 1-1 on this Yang Jian. Potentially, we might just see the same build that he went with Pang, right? Like the Axe of Torment into the full tank build. So that is something that we might be seeing on the Yang Jian here. On the flip side, we're looking at the Wolves Esports lineup here. So a lot of engage will be put on towards the shoulder of one on that Su Lie here. So that Su Lie needs to play a big role in this game number 5 if they want to have a chance to push it towards a game 6.
I feel like it's one and return, the two of them, right? Because they have multi-man setups. One, obviously, with his ultimate, right? With the Unconquerable Army, if he gets that with a nice flash setup, that's going to be disastrous for the side of DRG. At the same time, if you get the flash Storm Strike combination from the Byron, which is piloted by Return, that could spell disaster for DRG as well.
That could
but
spell
that's only if
disaster, yeah.
DRG are not expecting them.
Well, we will be going to the game in just a short moment. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Foshan Dragon Ranger Gaming against Chongqing Wolves Esports. This is game number 5 as we toss it to the crowds to potentially hear it for the last time.
That's right. That's what we're looking for. The energy from both of these teams, because this is series point for the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming. And we'll see right away, Wolves Esports, they start with the aggression on top side of the lane. This is just to make sure they get the Spike Tail Beast. We are talking about the gold advantages, and boy, do they want that on the side of Wolves.
This is the standard rotation here coming in for the Arlie, right? You want the Arlie to start towards the mid side, use the advantage of the spell to Maple Dance, clear out the wave, and then use the mobility to run across the gorge, collect all these resources into your own pockets here. Right now, clear the wave, take the teleportation portal, go to mid, and rinse and repeat.
Yeah, this is stock standard, right? And I like this, and DRG should expect this aggression coming in. The question is, how do they maintain the gold equilibrium against a aggressive lineup that is Wolves Esports here?
For me, Dragon Ranger Gaming, they don't need to maintain, right? They just need to make sure that the game doesn't go into like a 4,000 or 5,000 avalanche here. As long as Mulan on this Shouyue gets to scale towards that late game, this lineup for DRG will eventually outscale Chongqing Wolves.
Yes, we will take a look at how fast the gold growth is for the side of Mulan, right? That's definitely one of the big win conditions on the side of DRG. At the same time, it's also about, can we get the level gap between Wan and the rest of the side of Wolves? Like, his level lead against Pang might not be as important as the level lead against the other members on the side of Wolves.
I have to agree with you, considering this is like a tank versus tank matchup, as we see Hunter's Grip being completed by Wan here. So we know for a fact that this Yang Jian is going for a full tank build compared to the Yang Jian build that we saw from Pang just like game 2 just now.
I think it's really just to make sure there's safety, to make sure that the lineup is able to survive the initial aggressions coming in. At the same time, they have like decent wave killer. Dian is actually forcing out, has a much faster wave clear in comparison to Huan in the side of Wolves.
Well, Juan, his positioning has to be around the likes of the bottom side, right? Because he has to cover up the lane, side lane for Track in that 1v1, allowing Track to collect more resources here. But right now, look at the mid lane here. So many members being committed from the side of Wolves Esports to get this mid priority, allowing Pang to return to that jungle with a bit of additional gold.
Yeah, they need the space, right? You cannot allow the potential that, hey, maybe someone on the side of DRG is going to be able to enter the jungle, and here we go. Track actually manages to force Mulan back a little bit. Now, this is the one play we're looking for both of these farm laners. Can you burn out the Frenzy? Can you burn out the Flash?
And already we see the itemization coming in for the side of Arlie here, already completing the Sparksworks dagger here. So that gives a lot more movement speed and attack speed and the farming speed for the Arlie to even get more gold against the Shouyue here. And look at the bot side.
Yep, a nice catch as well. This could be
Beautiful.
first blood. It will be, and it's filtered into Pang. Of all the different players, you want the tank to be the one that gets all the gold here so that they can actually set up for the rest of the team fight. Wolves Esports, what a play.
What a play coming in from Wolves 1 here. That setup was absolutely beautiful here, setting up Mulan directly to the mouths of Track and Pang in that exchange.
And this is going to be space bot for them. Another nice pull. Can they get the
Nice
damage in?
push.
It's not going to be enough for now. And Wolves Esports, they will have a prior position here. 1-1, not where you want to be caught in. He's going to be caught out in no man's land, will not survive. And Wolves Esports, this means the 4-minute Tyrant is all for the taking.
Back-to-back good news coming in from Wolves Esports here. Kill after kill on towards the key members here. They don't even need to go for the Tyrant here. They are coming in for the jungle resources here. Steal away the gold from Dragon Ranger Gaming's jungle, and that is how you make a lead. But Moonskate Mirage committed by DRGDN.
Yep, they also get another one. Nice stun. We're talking about the control. Exactly what they need. They get the first member, Huayan, the first of 4, then the next one of 4, and it's all falling apart for DRG.
Where was this Wolves Esports in Game 3 and Game 4? This is absolutely clean early game micro and macro from the Wolves themselves here. So darn consistent in these team fights. And I gotta say, Juan has been super accurate with those heal shots.
Yes, this is the value of the Angela, right? And look at the goal lead now. It's 500,000 for the Clash lane, which is huge because now that access into the backlines is going to be wonderful.
And talk about wonderful is this setup here coming in by 1 on this engage. You're setting up Mulan directly into the pits of the mouse here. And this play coming in for 1-1 is a bit uncharacteristic, right? Because you're sending yourself into a 1v4 situation. You don't have a lot of dash on the Yang Jian here. Once you go in, you can't be going out easily.
Yeah, why did he go in there? He knew that his farm laner was taken down already and they were close by, right? Maybe, yes, they have committed the ultimates on the side of Wolves, so there wasn't enough kill potential, but Juan was nearby.
Maybe, just maybe, it's like a form of a tunnel vision that it's like, okay, I'm focused on stealing away this Azure Golem here. So when I went in, I didn't know that my farm has already being taken down here. So that's something that he maybe missed out in those exchanges here. But right now, with the timers being recorded by Wolves Esports on the Azure Golem for DRG, they're coming in once again for that invade.
They have to stop this, right? If they can stop this, this is going to slow down the growth. But once again, they get caught out. And with the Blazing Brilliance, not enough damage, not enough health, on the side of 1-1. Immediately taken down. And this is a big map advantage for the side of Wolves Esports. They're starting to work on the T2 on the top side of the map as well.
Super domination here coming in from Wolves Esports. You're already amending a 3,000 goal lead. This is not 10 minutes. This is just barely 7 minutes of the game here. And this arm leads are already going out of control.
Yeah, 5,000 gold. This is insane. More than 1,000 ahead of Mulan. Mulan, yes, he's a late game hero, but this one might be a little bit too late because Wolves Esports are hitting their marks 3,000 gold ahead already at this 7 minute mark.
I think Wolves Esports realized one thing, right? It's like, hey guys, we haven't been visiting Mulan a lot in these early exchanges here, so what if we do that right now? And you can see the value of targeting down Mulan. He was so consistent in all these games, but once he is shut down in this game number 5, you can see the entire tempo for Wolves Esports start to show more consistency.
I mean, it's just one death. Look at the damage, right? Okay, he's still 1,000 gold behind, but the thing is, look, they have to finish this game within 15 minutes. If Wolves don't finish this game in 15 minutes, that would have been enough time for Mulan to get whatever he needs in his inventory, unless he takes a fall again.
Yeah, 6 slaughter show here is actually not something to be joking around with because he hits like a truck and could oftentimes tear away the early here. But talking about timers here, we have Track already working on towards his Daybreaker here. He is so ahead on towards the curve here, and thanks to Ku, I think Track on this Juan on this Angela has had a phenomenal performance in this game 5.
Yeah, man, we're talking about Juan, right? We're waiting for the next big ultimate. At this point, 1-1 can't deal the damage. Thankfully for him, the freshness comes in. He does have his ultimate once again, but on the backlines, they're looking for the catch. Return, looking for an opening. Unable to find it. They do get the Moonscape Mirage, right? But they don't really care. Will they get the kill? No. That's the first life, and here comes the jump on the backlines. Return goes for the flash as well. Oh no, things are not looking too good. They did drop Return down onto the floor at this point. Nobody drops on the side of DRG. They survive for the time being.
Return getting caught again in those exchanges. You're giving a sign of life back into Dragon Ranger Gaming, but still, jungle control falls in favor of Wolves Esports here as once again Track gets his Crimson Golem here. And you can see on towards the left side here is your vision control from 4th to 8th minute mark here, and the one in red is all covered by Wolves Esports.
Yeah, do you see any blue? I don't see any blue. It looks completely red. Wolves Esports are doing well for themselves, but with all of that advantage, it is now only a 3,000 gold lead. Can they do more? Because if they don't shut DRG any sooner now, in the next 6 minutes, this game is gonna start flipping on its head.
Again, this is a gold lead before the 10th minute mark. Usually we start seeing 3,000 to 5,000 gold leads around the 10th minute after the shadow objectives here. But right now, even before Tyrant, even before the Vanguard at the 10th minute mark, Wolves Esports just at such a convincing lead right now. What would they have to do to throw the lead? An uncharacteristic falter from Track himself. That could cost them the game.
And maybe a miss from Juan, right? I think that would be a big thing because Juan does have the gold advantage against 1-1, which is also explaining why he's able to melt him down so quickly.
And you can start seeing the itemization, right? Because pre-10 minutes, Track has already finished the Golden Tree, Sparkswatch Doomday, and also the Daybreaker here. So he hits all these DRG members like a truck here. So for Mulan, the late game that he envisioned will be very, very far away from now.
Right, 10-minute mark has been achieved. They're going to use that Blazing Brilliance to try and deter them from coming in. If they get a steal here, it will be big for the side of DRG, but they might not survive the incoming fight. Oh, the backlines return has found the backlines on the side of DRG. They get the lockdown from this side of DN. What more damage can they do? They need to open space. In the front lines, 1-1 is tanking against the line of Wolves, but it's not going to be enough. His second life is not giving the refresh given to him, and all of it is over because Mulan is dead. There is no more damage offered from the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming, and the Wolves Esports are here to feast.
The early is just out of control in this game number 5. This is a super duper well farmed early. He is in total control of this game 5. This early with a 21,380 top damage in that team fight. He is absolutely controlling this tempo game.
Yeah, and this T3 is all but gone here. DRG will have a bleeding wound on the bottom side of the map, and right well at this timing, the rewards are plenty. Wolves Esports will get the Shadow Titan for themselves, which means they can fight even more and even harder.
Even more and even harder here, we might just see like double objectives being secured by the side of Wolves Esports and close this game around that 15-minute mark that you talk about here. So, for Dragon Ranger Gaming, this seems to be very difficult for them to even make a comeback, because right now, who could handle this early? It's not going to be Wan, it's not going to be Hua Yin. No one can tank her.
Yep, it's also playing against like a 6v5 because Wan, he does not have his passive now, but that second life is so monumental for the side of Wolves.
Exactly here, and we can see the objective being burned down here. This double objective here will help Wolves Esports tear up the entirety of Dragon Ranger Gaming space here. So right now, it's just about timing, right? Can Wolves Esports put a stop to this game number 5, or will DRG find a potential comeback factor in the scrappy team fights at the high ground?
Maybe if they get track off, but I don't see how that's supposed to happen, right? Who on the side of DRG is going to be able to touch track here?
And there's no physical defense item coming in from the side of 1-1. It's just a Succubus Cloak here. Not enough. No Ominous Premonition to realistically tank this crazy early's tempo here. So right now, mid tier 2, last to fall down on all the tier 2s here. That opens the tier 3s up for grabs here. Top and mid is the next to fall here in the eyes of Wolves Esports.
Right, the door is wide open. One more wave here coming in with a big one on the top. Shadow Overlord marching down.
Marching down, they have arrived at the base here. Returned here, wants to get a bit of an engager, but does not find anyone here as the Overlord has arrived towards the top lane here as the second final has fallen into the hands of Wolves Esports here.
Yep, they have a little bit of touching here. Sulia looking for the opening one. He's so close every time the Mulan. He's just looking for that big flash ultimate, right? Once he gets the unconquerable arm, you know Mulan is for sure deleted.
It is very difficult right now. Dragon Ranger Gaming, you are losing your grounds for farming here. You are very difficult. If you lose out all these turrets here, Mulan will not be able to find that easy lane game that you talk about here, but Invisible Warrior has been unleashed.
Yep, Blazing Brilliance did not really do too much damage. This is a good sign, and they jump in on the side of 1-1, looking for the opening as well. There is no more ultimate for Juan. This could be the opening. They do push them back. Wolves Esports, that was not what they were looking for.
But DRG, they did what they had to do here. Force the members of Wolves Esports back into their jungle. And then, once that Tyrant spawns here, that may be the call for Dragon Ranger Gaming to find that one low chance team fight that could probably pull them back into the game here. But so far, in towards this exchange, it is looking super duper Wolves Esports heavy favor.
Yeah, it's definitely still in their favor, right? Because one did not expend his flash, did not expend his ultimate. He still has the frigid charge. There's a lot of redemption, like shield values available for the side of Wolves. So they have not given the true strength of their draft in that last fight just yet.
Unfortunately for the side of DRG, most of the gold lead is in the difference of the mid lane here. So for the other lanes, it's just a tip and tap, maybe like half an item here. So if the team fight does go into a major 5v5 and some of the members of Wolves Esports do fumble, that does give DRG a momentary chance to actually win those team fights here. But so far, right now, if you look at the positioning, DRG wants none of that team fight business.
No, they don't want to, because this is the number one mistake a lot of teams will make, right? Taking a fight at this Tyrant Pit, yes, the rewards are well worth it, but the risk is very high.
The risk is very high here, hence Track is looking to finish up his final item with the Sage Sanctuary here. He's slowly building the component towards that final item here. And take a look at Mulan here. He's also slowly moving towards that final item being the Sun Chaser on that Shoryue.
I'm just having my eyes on one as well as Return, right? The two of them, either angle is going to set up the death blow for the side of DRG here.
We're just waiting for the waves to crash into the base of Dragon Ranger Gaming, and that is when Wolves Esports will pull the trigger and find the key engage to maybe seal the deal for this game.
Yep, it's all about Mulan here, making sure that he's safe. In the meantime, they do manage to get the Razor Cavalry down. They take the final T3. This could be a good fight for the side of the DRG. 1-1 jumps in. Can they get the burst damage? The flash committed as well from the side of Return just to make it out. They do get the lockdown. Who will they catch? I think it is Pang. No, it's not Pang. It is going to be sufficient on the backlines, looking for their first life. They have found it. Return gives his life. Where is the damage coming in? Mulan is safe on the backlines. Maybe they can turn this whole fight around. DRG, they are doing it. The base is exposed, but 1-1, he gets the second kill as well. And Wolves have to back off. Is the dream alive for DRG?
The dream is definitely alive here, kid, because they just found 3 successive members here coming in for the side of Wolf Esports. And what does that open them? That opens them to the Shadow Vanguard here. This will fix their wave issues that they all have a lot of pressure with, because right now 5v2 in the front ends.
Yeah, 1-1 was one of the clutch factors for the side of DRG here, and he may have just given them not just a lifeline, but an entry into winning this entire series here.
We are going to a Tempest Dragon here, kid, because with this Shadow Overlord secured here...
Oh, wait, the Invincible Warrior! They jump on the Mulan as well. He gets out with the getaway, but everyone else has been secluded. This is going to be a 5-on-1, and Dian is definitely going to be alive. Pang here has to be left alone to his own devices. He's gone from the map, and they have the map advantage on the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming. Yes, they have lost all the turrets, but because of that Shadow Overlord take, they can now put pressure on Wolves Esports.
What a disaster here coming in for the side of Wolves Esports here. Once they lose out the Shadow Vanguard, they lose their jungler as well. And right now, we're looking at a 4v5 for the next 25 seconds without the main tank from Wolves Esports.
It's so difficult. One had all the opportunities in the world just now because they had the tank. Now, if he dives in and makes one mistake, he's going to be deleted.
I'm telling you, we're going into a Tempest Dragon game here. No one wants to give an inch or a bit here, as we see the goal lead has been erased from Wolves Esports. It's currently Dragon Ranger Gaming with a 2,000 healthy.
Yep, and Juan right now, he can't throw his Chaos Cinders onto the heroes. He needs to clear the Vanguards, right? So now there's too many targets for him to aim at, and this is going to dilute his efficiency as a mid laner on the Angela. Right now, they're trying to look for an opening here. They will get the lasers coming down for the side of 1-1. He's tanking it so much with the refresh as well. They're looking for Mulan, unable to find him. He's getting all the free shots in the world. The flash does come through for Return, but unable to get the damage in. Mulan, as long as he stays alive, the dream is alive for DRG. He will try to make it out with the Vortex brand as well, chase in, but there's not enough lives on the side of DRG, and Wolves Esports, they're shutting this attempt down.
Wolves Esports come in clutch with that team fight here. They are finding successive members from Dragon Ranger Gaming for being too overly eager with that Shadow Vanguard here. Right now, 4 members of DRG member has fallen down. Wolves Esports, they can just straight beeline towards that crystal.
Exactly, and the beeline they will make. Wolves Esports, it is just a matter of time. They are mounting what is seemingly the impossible here. Coming back, and they are going to make this series a 3-2 as the crystal is taken down.
What a roller coaster of a game fight that we just witnessed here, kid. At the moment that Wolves Esports was in total control, it was DRG finding that comeback moment here, but they fumbled the back at the high ground here, allowing Wolves Esports to find 4 members for none in that exchange.
Oh, that was a big one. It was a little bit inspirational because it shows you, hey, there's a potential to come back to the game. But Wolves Esports, this is their specialty, man. How many times have we seen this? I've seen this too many times.
Yeah, too many times that they actually made a bad decision here, but it wasn't really just a bad decision. It was also Hua Yan and also Wan Wan finding those key engages here, setting up the isolation on the member of Return in that mid lane fight here. So it was really just both teams finding the opportunity in singling out the important targets, allowing them for that comeback.
Okay, so important question now. We are 3-2. It is still series point for the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming. And what do you think? Is there a chance for Wolves Esports?
After the game, no one could tell it, right? Because DRG, they are not backing down without a fight. Wolves Esports, they're not backing down without pushing it to a Game 7 here. So call it a Kin curse, call it a Kin blessing here. But I'm telling you, we might just be going to a Game 7 here, Kin.
Yes, I don't think it as a curse. I think it as a present and a blessing if we get more games here. But you know, for the Wolves Esports fans, I think they're behind me in this. I'm not saying that we'll go to a Game 7, but there is a chance.
There is a chance. And with Wolves Esports, such a veteran team, there's always an opportunity to push this game to a Game 7. But before that, Game 5 has concluded for the side of Wolves Esports and DRG, with Wolves Esports clawing back to the series, pushing it to a 2-3 overall score, with DRG leading in the current moment here. So for Wolves Esports, they need one more game to push the game to an ultimate battle. For DRG, one more game puts them in that semi-final, in that upper bracket.
Yes, very important. And of course, we like to look at the results, but we also have to consider how did we arrive at this point. And it all became this particular situation because of that first initial decision by the side of Wolves, which was the one flash ulti pushback combination into Mulan. It shut him down for the entirety of the early game, and then there was very little comeback chance because by the time he hit the power spike, they had already lost majority of their base.
That was actually a very beautiful setup here coming in for a side of one. That is why the Sule is his main hero. He was finding such a beautiful angle in all those early attempts here, further setting Mulan back into the depths of the goal chart, right? But let's check out what exactly went down by observing the scoreboard.
The tankiness was insane from Wolves Esports, right? Look at the itemization of Juan. He went for the most defensive build I've ever seen in a mid laner here.
Well, that's a lot of lifesteal here with the Art of Dominator, with the book as well. So all these items provide a lot of lifesteal on towards the Angel Lock here. So this Angel Lock, I gotta say, Juan had so many good moments in that early game, which really set up the success story for Wolves Esports and also tracks early.
I mean, the amount of tanking that they did must have been insane. Look at Juan. He was at 121,000 worth of hero damage soaked. Return as well, 107,000. And let's be honest, the farming speed by the side of the Wolves Esports team was insane. It looked like it was insurmountable, but somehow DRG managed to scratch their way back.
It was through tin and effort. It was through a lot of solid team fighting here coming in for the side of Hua Yan and also Return here. These two Clash laners and junglers, they really made a lot of effort in setting up team fight success stories for their farm lane and mid lanes in those team fight attempts.
Yeah, look at the invasion rate. 173 seconds on the side of Pang. He was occupying the side of the jungle on the side of DRG for days.
Oh yeah, it was always the story about these two players here. When they have a game good that's rolling and going, they get so much jungle resources for themselves and set themselves in for that goalie discrepancy here. But the combat between the farm laners, the marksmen, man, these two players in this two series, they are so consistent with it.
Yes, it is. And this opens up so many doors because right now, both teams have expanded the Sulia. I think both teams have expanded the Dolia as well. So now we're looking at, hey, maybe a Dunshan comes into play, the Zhenren. But we'll consider that later because we'll take a look at the MVP. This guy was the support. This guy is called One. He was the one whole reason why they made it all the way to this game number 6 in the first place.
And you see towards the IGN, towards the Roman roll, those two characters in Chinese, that's called King Sulie. Sulie King. That's his main hero, and he made it work with a masterclass of a performance here, earning him the IQ MVP.
Exactly. The amount of damage that he tanked, 28.3%. It was essentially fighting a 5v6 because when his passive is up, right, he has the option to be revived if everyone steps on the 4 lanterns he summons. But other than that, this setup this first blood to feed it into Pang to get the shutdown onto Mulan at the early parts of the game. Beautiful setup.
Beautiful setup indeed. He was the man of the game here, finding success after success here. This was the invade here coming in for the side of Wolves Esports. And then check out the Zulia here, finding the multi-man engage for those attempts.
Yeah, insane value. The way that he's able to set it up, and this is where I really love the draft coming in from the side of Wolves, right? Because finally, after so many games, they have enough control.
Yeah, they have enough control and they have enough setup for themselves. And this was the final fight that really sealed the deal here. Let's check out what exactly happened here. So, DRG wanted to siege this, wanted to equalize that tower here, but a beautiful engager does land on towards the side of the marksman. So, Return here found a good engager, and the follow-up damage here, it was just too much coming in from the Angela, and also track on that Arlie here, scattering all members of DRG, forcing them to lose out this team fight.
I think it was a very difficult decision for them, right? Because at this point, I think the team was kind of scattered. Do we all in on the T3 so that we get the super minions, or do we try and all in on the fight? And that one split second where they were kind of misaligned then led to the opening where Wolves was like, you know what, we only have one objective. We just want to spoil your composition. We don't care about the T3. If it drops, it drops. Your base is barren.
Exactly right. So it comes down to the critical thinking whereby, do you take the fight first or take a tower first? Because Mulan was being put in this position where he's so deep into enemy territory while hitting turret. So maybe the decision was to take the team fight first, and if you win, you go for the game winning push. If you equalize it, you can still back off here. But due to the fact that it was under a super pressure moment, that was the outcome of that team fight here, which pushed the game to a Game 6 right now. Game 6, simple enough. If DRG wins, they win the series. If Wolves Esports win, we are going to an ultimate battle.
Yeah, exactly what the fans want to see, an ultimate battle. But we'll take a look at that because I want to revisit, and I think a lot of you have been placed in this particular situation yourselves as well, right? The T3 at the bottom, open for the taking. It is your only shot because you had the Shadow Overlord there. That was your final time to get the T3 down. And if you didn't go for it, there was no other chance because your base was barren. The Mega Minions would have pushed your waves against you anyway.
But think about it, kid. Think about it. If you prioritize the team fight first, you win the team fight, that turret and the game-winning push comes in naturally here. So it is always about the decision-making and the calm thinking coming in from these teams here. But it is super understandable because this is the KPL grandest of the events, the grand finals of the 2025 KPL. So you need to make sure that every decision you make is under super pressured moments.
I mean, this is why we are also calling it the knockout stage, because for now, I feel like the players are getting knocked out game after game. It's so hard to play, so many decisions to make in a very short amount of time.
And talking about hard to play, right? This is the global ban pick here. We're going to Game 6 with 25 default bans on towards the members of both of these two teams here. So 5 heroes on each roles here, and that's just not the end of it here. You have 5 more bans during the pick and ban phase. So that's 30 heroes banned away from your pool already.
Okay, now we want to take a look at the deficits, but we also need to take a look at the options available, right? So Tai Yi Zhenren is still available. We still have the Dunshan. These are roams that are available. We have to secure. What else do we have? Mid lane. What do we want to play in the mid lane?
There's still the potential of the Princess Frost, Lady Zen, the Maishuni has been picked away, Capom has been picked away here, so a lot of these picks does come in from the roam and also the Clash laners here, and Pang still has his Game 6 FMVP pay that he hasn't picked yet here, so lots of options here for both of these two teams here. But so far, the roamers have played a pivotal role in setting up the success story for these players here. So I'm wondering, what is the cause and factor here for these teams here? Is it to prioritize the junglers, or is it to prioritize the engaged bosses here known as the roams?
I think I would actually look at the Clash lane, right? I think the Clash lane might be the winning formula here in game number 6.
Oh yeah, that may be the case, right? There's still the Fatih for the side of DRG, if I'm not mistaken, and also the potential pickup of the Guan Yu for either of the team, because we saw just now DRG has already used it, so that may be open up to return on that Clash and to pick up that Guan Yu.
Okay, you take a look at the DRG side. I'll take a look at the Wolves side. I feel like Wolves, they still have a couple of nice options like the Ma Chao, I believe. I think they also have the Ambrosa that's open for picking, and they've already played the Charlotte, I believe.
I think the Ma Chao has been picked by the side of Wolves Esports, right? I remember there's one game where they played the Master Luba number 7 combination with the Ma Chao Clash lane, but they didn't really make it work. So that's one pick out of the pool here going to the Clash laner. But if, let's say we talk about DRG, for example, right? I think the focus might be put on towards the likes of the Master Luban, the Dunshan, for example, you mentioned, or even the likes of the Idea and Goya. I think these are like solid picks to set up the marksman and roam for the side of DRG.
DRG still has the Chano, I believe. Chano has not been used. So that is an option. Both teams also have the Lady Sun as an option. And Lady Sun Dunshan, that's a combination we have seen. Lady Sun Ming, also a potential. Or even Lady Sun Tai, right? These are the 3 available combinations that are stock standard, open for the pick.
And these are your picks that has been expanded by both of these two teams here out of the 5 games that we've seen so far. And right now, we're going into game number 6 with coaches already on board as we hop into the pick and bans for the game number 6. And will it be the final game, or will we be going to an ultimate battle here, kid?
I don't know, but we'll see. Dragon Ranger Gaming, they take out the Ogren. They're gonna leave the pay in the mix for now. Interesting. Look, they definitely have. Oh no, okay, they ban out the pay. No more Kong Konger for the side of DRG. Now, Dunshan, is that gonna be banned?
I feel so as well. These are the 2 key picks that Joku actually has in store for his picks, right? So that leads to the question here. What are the available first picks here? Are you looking for the Diadea here? Are you looking for the Zenrun here that you talk about? Because there's still the Lady Sun Zenrun double combination here that Dragon Ranger could pull out in this game number 6.
Yeah, look, I don't care who brings it up. Zenrun Death Ball comp, right? It has to be that at this stage of the game.
Well, we have to see. We have to see slowly but surely, right? As the hover is towards the Flowborn tank in this first pick here. But if I'm not mistaken here, Wolves Esports has really picked up the Flowborn tank in one of those games here. So there is no rush in this Flowborn tank, but it has been locked in here. So coming in for Wolves, they are slowly drafting the game. They're picking up the Charlotte and also Liang. That gives the Zenrun over to DRG.
I don't think that's too big of an issue, right? Because
it's a direct counter.
Yeah, look, at this point, if I'm Wolves, I will go for the Ganemo.
Okay, that may be a case here. So Ganemo and also the Liang as a combination here. But think about it here. So if DRG, they're locking the Chicha. Wow.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I'm trying to stay fair at this point. So Wolves Esports, they need something that deals consistent damage over time. I feel like the Hoey makes the most sense here. But once again, this is against a main hero for the side of DRG, right? For the roam. So Jiuku, this is his main hero. Let's see if this Zenrun is going to make the difference. I feel like for the side of Wolves Esports, it has to be a Ganemo with a... Oh no, they're gonna go with the Princess Frost, alright? Farmlane, so, maybe a Hoey?
For me, if we were to look at the setup coming in from DRG, that Zenrun alone can single-handedly tear away that Liang and Princess combination. Oftentimes we see, okay, if the Zenrun is not ulted by the Liang, that Liang will revive your teammates, his teammates, with the ultimate here. So the Liang will have to find very good 4-minute tempo when he's level 4 to really set the team up for success. If not, this Zenrun will go out of control with that gold farming.
Exactly, and it instantly wastes your combo, right? Because the moment you get caught, they don't mind. They will just use the 4 signs, right, from the Tai Zenrun ultimate. And then essentially you just wasted 2 big ultimates, in fact.
5 jungle bans on towards the side of Pang in that jungle. If this is not crazy, what is?
Oh, there's so many things to think about here. Like, do you want to go for an assassin? They can't even go for the tank. The Arthur is out. Menki is the next available choice here because there's not much left in the tank jungle options here. You can see the Wolves Esports coach, furiously thinking, what is left for us to explore here?
That's not much. That is not much here. And this put Wolves Esports into a pickle here because they need to draft a very solid marksman that's late game heavy for the side of track in that farm lane here. And based on the farm lane pool here, we do not have a lot of choices here. We are down to the likes of the Lady Sun being taken away. And right now we're looking at Hua Yan taking that Chicha towards the fashion, and they double down on the counter pick for the Liang here. Draft is not looking good for Wolves Esports.
Yeah, it's not. It's definitely not. A lot of counterplays. And once again, this is a main hero for the side of Moonlan, a Lady Sun. So you have a main hero lineup duo, Lady Sun for Moonlan, and then you have the Zhenren for his support here in the form of Juku. So, whoo.
I am a bit worried for Wolves Esports right now. Like, what marksman can they pick to really allow their game to play towards that late game mark? But they do lock in that DRNJ. Okay, good news for Wolves. Why do we say that? If, let's say, the Liang, Princess Frost, and DRNJ gets the game going, that could really limit the Lady Sun on Mulan to scale towards that late game, right? But that's if the Liang can get going.
I don't know. You want to rush one to get the level 4 faster to Juku. So one of the ways to do it is obviously you kind of reduce the rotational speed of Juku to stop him from gaining that EXP, or you get a kill on him. But then at the same time you're doing that, you're kind of restricting the other potentials of your own teammates because you want to get rid of Mulan.
You gotta get rid of Moonlan, but there are a lot of brick walls you have to go through first. You have to go through Joku's 4 signs. You have to go through Wan. This solid beefy boy on the Floorborn tank here. And then, once you even land a Liang ultimate, you have to be thinking here, man, will that Wu Zetian ultimate drop on my head?
That's true. I think at this point, the biggest thing I'll be looking for is where does Juku show his face? Right? Because wherever the Juku is, if Wan and Huan, the two of them, appear at the other side or other lane, then you can't use the ultimate to save them, right? It's a guaranteed kill.
Well, we'll have to see, right? Right now, draft has been locked in game number 6 here, with Dragon Ranger Gaming drafting a triple core competition here with Wolves Esports banking their late game on towards Returns Charlotte here. So Wolves Esports, they will really need that mid game to be going for them with the Liang and also the Monkey Princess Frost combination.
Yeah, this one is on the line for both teams because we can definitely see the strengths of both compositions. Level 4, there's a very huge power spike for Wolves. Wan and Huan are definitely going to be all over the place, right? They will look for those opening kills, hopefully funnel it into the hands of Track as well. And at the same time, on the other side, the level 4 is a saving grace. The 4 Signs ultimate on the side of the Zhenren played by Juku is going to be a game changer because you're fighting 5v6 essentially.
You're fighting 5v6, everybody gets the same sanctuary on towards the side of DRG. For Wolves Esports, it's about tempo, it's about maintaining that death ball that we talk about here. Every Liang ultimate needs to make it work, needs to find value here. They cannot possibly find a way to fall behind in this game. If they do fall behind, they will get outskilled towards the late game.
So which means I think both teams, they will not invade, right? This is a huge risk because if you lose that invade straight away, you lose the game, I feel.
I feel so as well. And there's so much disengagement coming in from DRG, and there's so many carry points that we keep talking about, right? But this is knockout stage here. Even though you lose at the upper bracket, you do go towards that lower bracket here, but nobody wants that. Everybody wants to stay at the upper bracket semifinals. That's where you belong. That's where it gives you more chance to go for that golden cup for the KPL 2025 Grand Finals.
That's right. So we'll head into the gods shortly here. This is game number 6 between Dragon Ranger Gaming as well as Wolves Esports. Both of them won this for quite different reasons here. DRG wants to win the entire series. Wolves Esports want to take the entire game to game number 7. But let's hear the fans cheer it out first.
And welcome back to the game as we right straight into the gorge where we see the standard approacher coming in for Joku and also Moonlight here. Simple enough, if you have the Zenren, you will be following your marksman or your carry to generate that maximum gold value.
Yeah, two different trades here, so a little bit more focus put onto the top side of the map by the side of Wolves Esports. They get the Spiketail Beast, also gonna get the Fire Beak for their side. In the meantime, on the bottom side, Wolves Esports wrestle control for the Spiketail Beast. I think it is in the hands of Trek, but the Firehawk did fall into the hands of Moonlight.
Basic trades here coming in for the early game here, but if we were to look at the goal, it'll always go in favor of Dragon Rangers Gaming because of the passive coming in from the Zenren here. Glittering gold, anything that dies near you will generate 10 to 20% additional gold for yourself and also your teammates here. So that's the essence of this pick, the extra gold value.
Yep, you can see the goal sharing there. They're looking for a little bit more advantages on the bottom side, right? They want to make sure they get the rotation in. So Wolves Esports on bottom side for the map, for now, it will be a little bit difficult for Trek.
Why does one have a Crimson buff and Pang does not have it? He stole it from him!
Oh no! Not what you want to see, and here we go. This is a huge mistake coming in. One, taking away. I'm very sure it's unintentional, but here we go.
Yeah, I mean, it probably fell into the, the spell one coming in from one, the tome like this, and it sort of last hit it, but still, EXP still goes over to Pang here, so not what we have to really worry in these exchanges here. So as long as the objective is secured, it's still okay for Wolves Esports.
Yep, and more importantly, it's about the goal differential, right? They're keeping close, so it's okay for now.
Okay, level 4 on towards 1 here. He might find a potential engage. He found it!
Yep, they found everything, but here comes the stun. This is the absolute power we're talking about from the Wuze 10. And now they completely turn it around. Wolves Esports suffer and DRG celebrate with 2 kills.
This is what we talk about back towards the drop here. The Wuze Tian and also the Zenren counter towards these two combinations. They didn't even break through the initial of the revive.
Yep, Dian, that was the ultimate for Dian, right? The Wuze Tian ultimate, where it's a global ultimate. It lands onto targets, especially if you stand still, you will get hit and it stuns you. So it cancels the effect on the side of one's ultimate as well.
Man, that is painful here, but let's check out the replay here. So Mulan walks towards safely and he baits out the play here. So even though you get all the damage coming in from all 3 members of the Wolves Esports, you have to fight through the tower defense damage, you have to fight through the Zenren ultimate here, and then Dian's immediate removal of the Liang ultimate with the absolute power, which is the balls falling on from the sky. If you land on the middle, that stuns you. That just counters out the Liang ultimate.
No, the biggest thing is the fact that Dian actually rotated down. So DRG was expecting that rotation to come from Wolves. And that was why Moonlight was standing at that particular position. So very smart, they were baiting the moves out from Wolves Esports. Now let's see if this benefit with the 2 kills is going to make them have the advantage on this Tyrant take.
No flash on Juan, Track, and 1 coming in from Wolves Esports here. They have to tread it carefully here as ultimate goes through.
Yep, they do get that take onto the Tyrant as well. Not looking good for the side of Wolves Esports. With the absolute power, the stun comes in, stops the smite coming in from Pang. And it's not looking good because DRG are feeling strong.
And the ultimate just now coming in from the Wuze Tian, immediately landing onto 5 members, almost shutting down 4 members with a consistent stun here. So that's the planet landing on towards them, stunning them. So darn well played by Dian.
Yeah, planetary devastation there. It's a hard one to deal with. And right at the 5-minute mark here, it is a 2,000 gold lead for the side of DRG.
So hard to control the Mulan Lady Sun right now because this Mulan is just going out of control as of this point here. More of these resources are being funneled to the members of Dragon Ranger Gaming thanks to the glittering gold passive of Joku on this Zenren here. Everything that they take down gets 10 to 20% extra gold when you have the roamer coming in from DRG.
And the crazy part, take a look at what Dian is doing, right? So he's already abandoning his lane. He's giving his farm to Hua Yan on the Chicha. So he's amplifying his own farm. At the same time, he's making sure he's saving Moonlan from the threat that is Huan as well as Wan.
And they're just proxying the mid wave and then immediately allowing it to get this bot lane tier 2 rotating themselves back towards the top side. Rinse and repeat here right now. Wolves Esports needs a miracle team fight, a team wipe to bring them back into this game.
they need a double dive, right? So Pang and return will be their win condition. They need to dive on the back lines, get rid of Dian, get rid of Juku. But then, you know, this has to be done before the ultimate foresight that is used by Juku here, because the extra life is going to be a pain.
Wow, we talk about the potential engage coming in for the side of Wolves. They need that tempo coming in from the Liang. But so far, only one ultimate coming in from Liang, and that went south real quick for the side of Wolves Esports here. We have yet to see a second one so far.
Yep, Radiance is going to be committed. They're going to put a lot of pressure on the T1 in the mid, taking towers, tower hits for the minions so they can get the backdoor protection off. So beautiful move from the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming. Now, the next challenge is the Azure Golem here.
Well, for Dragon Ranger Gaming, they want to take it chill. They want to just revisit their camps here, collect all these jungle resources, the Azure Golem, the Crimson Golem, and then you best believe they will be attacking the map real quick.
Yep, Juku looking for another setup with his stuns here. It's an AoE stun, by the way. It does not only stun one person. So if you're in range, he may have the potential to set up a beautiful 3-man stun.
And knock knock, guess who's in your jungle? DRG sends a full team visit into Wolves Esports Azure Golem here. Who gets the steal here? It will go over to Wan.
Oh, here comes the ultimate as well. Absolute power. They will be able to dive in onto the backlines, but the foresight save coming in from Juku. Oh, big jump from the side of Hua-Yan as well. The ultimate coming in. And Juku, this combination of Hua-Yan and Juku is just devastating.
It's an absolute massacre coming in for the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming. They just engage with the foresights, with the Wu Zetian ultimate here, and then the burst damage comes piling in from Hua-Yan and also Mulan. That was just a beautiful team fight executed by Dragon Ranger Gaming.
Yeah, we were talking about Juku's third hand and the AoE stun, right? That what he caught everyone with that last one.
Let's check back the replay here, what exactly happened here. We talk about this, why Liang doesn't work well against both Zenrun and also the Wu Zetian, because this is just too difficult to play against. The disengage is just too crazy. And look at the re-engage coming in from both the Zenrun and also Hua-Yan on that Chicha, immediately destroying the backline of whatever Wolves Esports had.
Okay, in fact, it's not just a dual member setup, right? This is all the different skill sets on the 5 members on the side of DRG came into full effect here. The multi-man stun, the multi-man setup. So the way that DN heroes work, when you use your first and second skill, you get an instant refresh on your first skill, and it becomes an AoE, much bigger range mini stun. And that's what actually helped to take down the entirety of Wolves down there.
And they were all clumped up, right? They all took the absolute power coming in from DN's ultimate here, so they all got engaged on. And look at this here, Hal being proc here, and this buff goes over to Wan once again.
They stole it again, and DRG, they will not be denied. This is looking like a clean game. They want this series, and they want it now.
It is looking super duper clean coming in from Dragon Ranger Gaming. Pre-10 minutes and we're already looking at a almost 7,000 gold lead being harnessed and invested by Dragon Ranger Gaming. This gold lead will not stop right here, because at the 10th minute mark, when the Shadow variant spawn, that is the absolute go button for that game-winning push.
And you have to oblige. As a Wolves Esports, you cannot allow a 4v5 against DRG's lineup, because you will always lose. They have to commit all 5 members, and this is the pressure that Wolves Esports have to deal with right now.
And that's the difficult part as well. If we talk about scaling, it falls heavily in favor of Dragon Rangers Gaming here. Wolves Esports, if they cannot find the early game push on the DRNG, it gets outscaled by Mulan's Lady Sun. If you cannot find the early game pickoffs with Huan and 1, you are totally being countered by Dian and also Joku here. So draft-wise, it is not looking good at all for Wolves Esports.
Yep, they shut down all the different members of Wolves, right? Number 1, they have the 5 jungle hero bans onto Pang. Now into game, they have muted Huan and 1 together as that Princess Frost Liang combination. And then now with the composition they have on DRG, they are a fighting force to be reckoned with.
They are fighting force to be reckoned with, as we see a bit of a steal here potentially being sorted out. But engage goes through onto his DRG!
Oh, big burst and track is taken down. There is more to be had. Right now, Return is on his own. They scout them out with the absolute power from Dian as well. They're going in for the chase. YN looking for the flash to go in. Even with the winters here, the extra armor does not help it out. YN gets that secondary kill. A nice one. Double kill for the side as you look at 1-1. Chase him down. Yes, you can have the suppression, but it matters not because you are the fourth member to be taken down. Pang! Left all alone against the 5-member strong Dragon Ranger Gaming.
Dragon Ranger Gaming is knocking at your doorstep right now. That is a tier 3 high ground being removed right now as they march towards the crystal, wanting to claim this game number 6.
Comeback is complete with the absolute power as well. They take the crystal and Dragon Ranger Gaming win this best of 7.
They win this best of 7 in a 4-2 fashion here. Absolutely draft difference in that game number 6. And what a masterclass coming in from DRG. 13-0 in that game 6.
Insane. 4-2, an impressive result, especially for DRG because they came from the slumps essentially. It was a difficult transition coming into the knockout stages of our 2025 KPL Grand Finals. But Sagi, we had a series on our hands.
Full back-to-back 6 games here, unlimited team fights, lots of action-packed gaming here, but that is for Shan Dragon Ranger Gaming securing the top 8 win, pushing themselves to the semi-finals of our knockout stage here. Mankin, the road for Dragon Ranger Gaming was just superb. Spring season, they did pretty well. They went toe-to-toe with AG and they managed to clinch that second spot of the KPL Spring. Coming into summer, going to ACL, they didn't do really that good. Coming into the knockout, before the knockout, they had to play the breakout. They had to go dead last in the Masters group. But look at what happened. They defeated Wolves Esports and they punched their tickets to the semi-finals of the knockout stage.
Impressive, right? Very impressive record so far. This is a great position to be in for the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming. For Wolves Esports, it is not the end of the journey just yet. They will be dropping to the lower brackets where they will be battling it out with the other monsters. That is going to be AG and PTG. So that was a tough one for them to stomach for now, but they will have the preparation ready.
They will definitely have to prepare themselves as Wolves Esports currently they do, as you mentioned, fall to the lower bracket. They will be joining LGD MBW, the loser of AG and TTG, and also the result between loser of JDG and KSG. So that will be the potential opponents being lined up for Wolves Esports in that lower bracket run.
Yeah, right now I'm just very curious about the itemization that they had. Obviously, they had a monstrous goal difference against the Wolves Esports lineup. But, you know, at this point, it's going to be interesting to take a look at what they kind of bought in their inventory with that kind of lead, right, to help snowball. Because Hua Yan was... I think he was practically untouched that game, right? It was more of like, okay, the door is open now. You're free to choose who you want to take on.
He was really untouched, like you mentioned. He was just farming, scaling, having the time of his life here. And then he was like, oh, Moonlan, you're having a bit of trouble here. Let me send down our trusty Mid and Roam to assist you. Getting those 2 kills. And that was just the end of the world for Wolves Esports. Because we know, if you draft the Liang, you need them to perform pre-4 minutes on that first ultimate here, but too little too late here. This is the scoreboard coming in for Dragon Ranger Gaming's victory over Wolves Esports. What an absolute dominance.
Yeah, truly it is. And the glittering gold passive you're talking about for this German pick, right? It really came into full value because we take a look at Dian. Dian abandoned his lane early on in the game, right? He actually funneled his waves into both his jungler, 1-1, as well as Hua Yan on that clash lane. And the results were well worth it.
Oh yeah, look at Hua Yan's damage here. He was doing 28% of the total team damage here, along with Dian as well. The Wu Zetian pickup was so smart in coming in for the DRG's lineup here. Props to the coach or whoever will call out that pick.
I think it is going to be Dian for MVP. That's my personal MVP. I think he played this game fantastically well. He also showed you what you should be doing as a mid laner that doesn't take too much resources, right?
I think
if you
sorry, but I think it's really between like Dian or also the roamer, right? Like I gotta say, like both of these two players, they had a phenomenal game in this series here. I gotta say, Joku was so pivotal in these team fights.
Oh, very, very right, Juko. I think he really saved the game because the extra life is one thing, but that massive setup, the 5-man stun, AoE stun, that was crazy. That really made and cemented the victory in the hands of Dragon Ranger Gaming.
It is a collaborative effort coming in from Dragon Ranger Gaming. They did whatever they needed to really secure the deal of this game number 6 here. It is a 4-2 in terms of scoreline here. Props to them for once again showing us such a beautiful setup of Honor of Kings in Hero Scorch. But MVP, it goes over to none other than the Zunrun Rome himself. Joku deserves this MVP.
For sure, 1-0-10, the way that he set up the fight, right? As a roam, it's not important to get the kills, it's more important to set up the correct situations for your team. He offered the extra life, he offered the 5-man setup stuns, he offered a lot of deterrence to take the team fights against DRG, and boy was it worth it. This guy was the king of the gorge for this game.
King of the gorge for this game, and we talk about this during the pre-game drop. We were saying like the roams matters a lot, and check out his respawns on towards this fight here, flashing in, saving his marksman from danger here, and then Dian with the insane setup from the absolute power here shattered the dreams coming in for the Wolves Esports lineup.
Yep, insane play. I mean, the S2 for Dian gives you a mini stun, Enhanced S1 gives you a mini stun, Ultimate gives you a stun as well. So massive value in this pick on the Wuzetian for the side of Dian. And then look, this 5-man catch.
Wow.
Number 1 with the knockup from the side of the jungler on 1-1. Crazy effect. And you can see the relief in the eyes of the coach. It was well worth it.
It was very well worth it. It was a splendid draft coming in from both teams here. But in terms of the specific picks on the counter against the Liang, against the Princess Frost, it was the Zunrun and the potential of Dian's Wuzetian came into effect here, and that led Dragon Ranger Gaming straight towards that semi-finals. It's just such a beautiful game and series done by both teams.
Yes, you can see what it means to these players right here on the side of DRG. I think this is a well-deserved victory. A short break for them before they move on to the next stages of the competition as well. For Wolves Esports, like we mentioned before, this is not the end of the road. They will drop down to the lower brackets, have another fighting chance to try and rise up and get that winning trophy of the 2025 KPL Grand Finals for this competition.
Well, we had the underdog stories before, right? The teams who go to the lower bracket, they figure out what they have to fix, and then they go through the lower bracket gauntlet, and then they go challenge the potential finalists in that grand finals at the Beijing Center, right? Because it happens at what, November 8th. So all these are storylines to be unfolded in the grandest of events in the 2025 KPL Grand Finals, right? But for now, man, we gotta unwind from that series because that was 6 games. Yesterday was 7 games. Today was 6 games. None of these series were easy.
It was definitely not, right? So with that countdown, essentially from 7 to 6, maybe tomorrow we'll get 5 games, I don't know. But just to give you guys a little bit of an update as well. So tomorrow, it's going to be a very interesting one for you guys because tomorrow it's going to be all gamers against Talent Gaming. Big rematch. But let's hear the interview first of the losing team, Wolves Esports.
大家好，欢迎来到采访席，我是天云。我们采访到是重庆狼队的小胖，来，小胖和大家打个招呼。
Hello， 大家好，我是重庆狼队的小胖。
今天的比赛确实局面是瞬息万变的，有感觉自己和团队大家的心态其实也经历了比较大的起伏吗？
心态还是比较平稳的吧。
心态没有特别大的一个波动。刚才结束的这一局对局，其实我们有看到对手5班了打野，当时有某种意义上扰乱大家的 BP 思路吗？
这个倒是没有扰乱，但想过他们会这么就是搬吧。
也有做了别的方面的准备。其实今天会发现对手在进攻性这块准备的非常到位，他们在场上的一些决策和行动有超乎你们的一些预期吗？
在预期之内吧，因为本身就知道第二季他打得很猛嘛。
其实我能够看到很多关键的决策，其实大家可能会是一个比较心急的状态，因为今天打优势并不难，但是要稳住好像有一点困难。当时局间有发现大家确实是有点太过于着急了吗？
这个可能是有点着急吧，因为拿到优势就没有平垒起来，或者就没有滚起更大的金沙，或者更快的终结比赛吧，这些是需要我们细节再去注意的。
其实当时在场上的时候，发现了一些可能你们没有预料到的意外，大家是马上就会有解决思路，还是确实有一些疑惑，有一些观点上面的碰撞没有整理好？
一般对面有什么信息思路，肯定立马下台就总结这些，或者下一波就总结了。
还是要复盘的时候去调整一下。其实我觉得今天呢，非常多的遗憾总结成一个点，其实就是在龙团的对策上面。感觉是大家想要保持一个充满进攻性的打架风格，还是说确实打的时候有些收不住，会有这样的困扰吗？
没什么印象，
没什么印象。现在感觉好像还沉浸在刚才的比赛当中。其实到了败者组呢，去年的经历，你们也在败者组创造了非常多的高光画面和传奇。小胖觉得去年的这样子的经验会给到你们更多的动力，调整状态吗？
那肯定是有的嘛，对，就调整好状态备战就行了。
加油，期待你们精彩表现，好吗？谢谢小胖，让我们把时间交还给评论席。
All right, welcome back. That was a great interview by the side of Xiaopang as well as Sky. If we haven't mentioned before, Sky was the host. She was here with us for KWC. She was asking Pang a couple of questions about their experience in the competition. Mostly, we start off with number one, the very obvious 5 jungle bans onto Pang, right? Did that actually affect him and the team's morale and their fighting spirit, right? It didn't really affect them. They kind of expected that kind of response because they know that DRG is a very aggressive team. But now that they've dropped into the lower brackets, right? I think Sky was mentioning the fact that, Wolves have had this experience last year. She was wondering if this year that would be a valuable experience for the side of Wolves.
Well, of course, Pan did mention that everything comes into fruition when they do lock in and when they do want to play for that goal. Everything will come when they do play it, because for them, they will really need to go in and check back their team fights. As they mentioned, Sky did ask like, hey, we did notice that in some of the games, you guys seem to have an advantage in these games, but it doesn't seem that you guys are able to hold that advantage. Can you explain to us what really happened? For Pang, he just mentioned that it seems that the team and myself is not really that patient enough. We will need to review our VODs and go back and really fix our mistakes to really push ourselves through that lower bracket run.
So we'll hope for the best for Wolves Esports.
Yes.
I think they have had a decent performance today with definitely some struggles, some gaps to fill, but that is where they will definitely bring up their best version of themselves. Maybe it is the lower bracket that gives them that extra juice to really come back into not just the series, but the competition as well.
Well, lower bracket always gives you a lot of opportunities to relinquish yourself, put yourself into a pinch of a situation, and put you into a locked-in state where you know it's do or die here. But for Wolves Esports, they are a seasoned veteran team here. They will definitely have the sufficient resource to really fix their issues. But let's head over to the winners interview for Dragon Ranger Gaming.
欢迎回来，大家好，我是田云。那我们采访到石花园和早点来两位和大家打个招呼。
Hello， 大家好，我是电竞花园。
大家好，我是佛山第2季早点。
让我们再次把掌声给到这支年轻又强大的佛山第2季，今天真的表现得太出色了。因为我们知道这是两位包括第2季第一次来到年总长沙站淘汰赛的舞台啊，这么大的场馆，这么响的欢呼声，什么感觉呢？
感觉不亚于郑州那个场馆吧。
哎呦，我想到了曾经决赛的回忆。早点觉得呢？
有点累吧，从下面走楼梯。
哎，说到这个楼梯，在登场的时候很帅的一个剪影，对吧？你们在走上来是一种怎样的心情啊？
感觉在打决赛吧。
哎呦，那早点也是，除了累，应该有别的感觉吧？
就是感觉有点爽。
非常享受这样子的赛场聊一下你们上一场 BOC 和今天的区别，因为上一场是突围赛，但是感觉今天大家进的这个状态的这个速度特别快，是感觉今天在心态上或准备上有不一样和区别吗？
今天就是我们光脚的不怕穿鞋的。
特别好的心态，早点认为呢？
那个我们家打野说要跟那个下一场对手爆了，所以他今天必须得赢。
哦，今天婉婉表现真的很出色，你们两个怎么评价他今天的表现啊？
就是他每天都很强嘛，
他每天都很强，
也是非常的强。
哦，早点认为呢？你帮他是帮的最多，中野嘛，对吧？
什么？
你帮忙是最多，中野联动嘛？你认为今天婉婉打得怎么样？
婉婉感觉只打出1/10的实力。
哇，还有一些实力等着接下来的比赛我们揭晓。其实今天我们看到你的本命英雄西施表现得特别好，而且对抗的是鲁班父子和袁坦，算半个巅峰对决阵容了。那一局你的思路会是什么呢？
局内吗？
对的。
局内就是那个残念跟我们说让我们跟他干，所以我们就中路一直干。
一直在逼团，在打架。其实我看到今天龙团上面大家的角色好像和上一场 BO7不太一样，是不是上场结束之后这些细节有一些优化呀？花园
细节嘛，就是教练让我们凶一点嘛。
哎呦，还是泽教给到了很多的指教。今天有看到婉婉有一些全新的中开思路，那一局裴擒虎，他是先中线开，对面的小野开，1分钟才刷回了自己的野区。那是他当时临场的想法，还是说你们其实确实有在练这样子体系啊？
这个得问早点，我不知道。
那就问一下知道的吧，好不好？
就那把前面打野被他们追着打，没办法。
想要把它建立更多的优势。在我们刚才结束的这一局，其实是对孙尚香存活的重大考验。你们拿到这套阵容，感觉应该怎么打
呢？就是打好自己的，我们就秉持的一个理念，就是把钱都给孙尚香，然后等他带飞就行了。
那一波红区非常精彩，你和九库的一波团战，你们两个是怎么沟通的呀？
那波就是手比眼睛快吧，然后他一直在那说。然后我就配合他上了。
他说之前你已经看到了机会是吗？
就是他一直在说之前，我就已经准备上去了。
确实，有些机会是转瞬即逝的嘛。聊一下下场的比赛，你们的对手是北京微博。那这支队伍呢，昨天在我们的赛场刚刚打完了巅峰对决。你们对于这样子的一个对手，你们心里北京微博是个怎样的存在呀？
就是希望微博别虐我们就行了。
姿态放得比较低，早点认为呢？
我跟花园一样，就求微博下手轻点。
OK， 好，非常期待你们的强交手了，再次恭喜佛山第2季，让我们把时间交还给评论席。
And that was the interview between Wolves Huayan and also Wolves Dian done by our interviewer Sky. So DRG, your first time in Changsha knockout stage, how do you actually feel? Huayan, since he's been in the grand finals before, he feels like it's a similar experience compared to the other stages here. But the funny part about Dian, man, he caught me off guard. He said it feels tired, man, because the stairs are pretty steep. So that was a pretty interesting answer coming in from him.
Yeah, but it also felt good to walk up the stairs, right? To them, it felt like a grand final settings for them in this particular match itself. Now, with that being said, we will cover a couple of things more in the interview as well. I think the one thing that was really interesting was they call it the 中野联动, something like that, right? Which is actually translates, it's actually the mid laner following the jungler into the jungle rotations itself. And this is something that DRG practiced in the last game. Now, asked about that, Dian was saying that, there was no choice, right? We had to make the play in such a way because the jungle was being chased by the opponent. So we had to make the movement as a duo. At the same time, I think DRG was also asked about their next competitors in the next stage of the game, which is Weibo Gaming.
Oh yeah, they did mention that when they are going up this Weibo game, they are at any EPs and by
Yep, calm, composed, and looking for the best possible result, right? Whatever happens, they'll react accordingly, which I think is a great mindset for professional players, right? Sometimes it's best not to overthink and just wait for things to happen. And if you see the opportunity, go ahead for it. That last fight, this points us to the next portion of the interview, which was where they had the 5-man engage, right? And Sky was asking them, actually, did you see the potential of the opening for that fight? Or was there a call for it? Or did you go on your own accord? And I think the answer was that the visuals work faster than the audio, right? Before the call was even made, they already saw the opportunity. They just went and set up for that 5-man fight.
It's the pro player instinct that kicks in at the last moment there, finding that key and decisive team fight coming in for the Snapdragon Rangers gaming here. And one thing that we really need to point out as well, the reason of the sheer hero pickup is also because that Dian mentioned that what was the thought process is actually very simple. Coach says enemies want to fight, so we fight too. So we just cuddle at mid lane and we just keep fighting them for control. Hence you can see the Shi finding rapid success and multiple soak imprint pulls to the enemy squad.
Yep, you can start it, but we will finish it, right? So that's the whole idea of DRG, a very aggressive team. But of course, with that being said, I think it's been a fun day. It's been, what, 6 games today, a 4-2 result in favor of DRG. It's been your favorite kind of tofu, kindofu. Sagi, any last words from you today?
Don't miss out the next series tomorrow, right? Because who do we have? We have AG versus TTG. This is a rematch of the KWC 2025, and these are long rivals, the new rivals coming into the KPL season, right? But that's all from me and Mr. Kim Dofu. We will catch you the same time tomorrow on the KPL English broadcast, and we will say goodbye to you. Good night.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all to get it out. Never surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never surrender, I fight and never fail. I'm a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, on my way, find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way, dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender, I fight and never fail. I'm a contender, and challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Remember